Doing today? Welcome to Sage Talk. And do me a favor and let's see, let me mute my other window that I have going open. 1 second. Let me drop a one in the chat if you guys can hear me well. I'm going to mute my. I have another window where I can see what's going on. So, how's everybody doing today? Looking to put together a real good show. Looking forward to having a great discussion. Thank you, Booker. All about Joneses. Appreciate it. A1 fella, observing the facts. Jeffrey Woodland. Hello to you, sir. Audi boy, Meyer 963. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I wanted to have this conversation about respect. I've been mulling over this topic for quite some time, at least a month or so. And I was trying to see how I actually was going to go about developing how we were going to talk about this. And I think what was going on with Kyrie and Kanye really gave me an entry point for us to bring this situation to the table and really have a good dialogue about it. Obviously, this applies more to the men than to the women, but there are also benefits. I think there can be trade-offs that women can probably find of value in this discussion as well. So for all the ladies who are here participating in Sage Talk, those of you who have been here for so long and continue to support the show, welcome, welcome. As you come in, go ahead and hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. If you're new to the show, subscribe. Be much appreciated. So I want to kind of delve into this subject a little bit. And you guys can give me your feedback. I'll try and keep my eye more and more on the chat so I can follow what's going on. Still developing my multitasking skills. So bear with me where I may not address every discussion that I may see in the chat that may be of value, particularly when it's either a good compliment or if it's a viewpoint that may need delving into that I maybe should touch upon to highlight. With regard to respect, looking at, let's say, how are the Jewish people dealing with this thing we so often in our community is such a high price issue. And to backtrack a little bit, why did I use the title, What is the Price of Respect? And I want you guys to really think about that title and maybe what's your point of view from what that title may trigger or create you to give thought to that can add some value to the conversation as well. whether with myself or with others who are in the chat, right? So, for example, how does the Jews use their power to make sure they are respected as a people as opposed to us, Black people? How we go about it. And it's funny how the two peoples go about it, because the way the Jewish people go about dealing with the whole respect issue, they deal with it from a top-down approach, meaning the national view for the respect of Jewish people. So it can be for the whole nation, for different parts of it, groups or organizations, and then it also trickled down to individuals. Okay, just a quick note. And I think most of you guys, there's a pretty highly intellectual crew that follow Sage Talk. And I tried to keep the show on a more intellectual level for those who may need to bring their intellectual conversation, dialogue, discussion, how to think things through. I try to the way I speak and the way I come across and the subject matters I choose and how I present it, it's obviously to elevate the thinking and processing aspects for Black people, Black men and Black women who are in this, that join the Sage Talk weekly. But definitely, as it pertains to the chat, do not use any disrespectful words towards the Jewish people in the conversation. We do not want the network to be flagged and or my particular show to be flagged. I think we could speak honestly about things that are problematic or that we find difficult, that we want to air our points of view. But particularly when it comes to the men, remove your emotions out of it. One of the things that I don't like, that I see so much of, is the intense level of emotions that we put behind so much and when we're trying to express ourselves. So I just think as men, we really got to work on that. Now, I know there are many reasons for that. Some people will say, well, a lot of people were raised in single family homes, and the majority of those are from female run households. So some young boys growing up into men may lack a sense of balance. But I think once you become a man, you can't blame your parents for every goddamn thing. At that point, by the time you hit 21, which is the legal drinking age and whatnot, voting age. Well, I think you could vote at 18, but the legal drinking age, you should start looking at introspection, looking at yourself, see where or how you can improve yourself. Evaluate how maybe the environment or community that you came from may have presented challenges to you that you can look to improve yourself beyond what you may have learned from your community and the environment, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? So let's not make excuses for what our parents may have lacked. Once you become a man, you're responsible for yourself. So you need to develop yourself to be better. And the things that you're short or your shortfalls, look for avenues and opportunities where you can strengthen yourself in those areas so you don't have to blame other people when you make a misstep. Because when you're a man and you make a misstep, no matter if someone really is responsible, you're the one that's going to get the blame. So, and the consequence. So let's be mindful of that. We don't want to be censored. There's a lot of different censoring issues, in this whole space on various platforms. So we need to not give those who would want to do so a justifiable reason to do so. All right. So hopefully everyone can digest that piece of information and act accordingly. Anyone in the chat who has a wrench, be mindful of that. If you see anyone who is just being disrespectful, emotional, or just flipping off, or if they just want to be trolling, if they want to troll me, that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But if they're trolling to be disrespectful to other groups, time them out or something, or just delete their message and give them a warning. Okay. But what I want to do, I want to first create a picture as to how the Jews, and particularly since they're in the limelight right now, and we can actually see how they're moving, we can use that, or I can use that to create a contrast. Not sure how many of you guys are familiar with Venn diagrams. That's V as in Victor, EN diagrams, two circles that interlink with each other, creating a center space where things that are similar can be displayed, and then the outer circles or outer parts of the circles that were linked together show the differences, right? So I want to take an opportunity to do that. So there are several ways that the Jews go about getting their respect. And the first thing I would like to note is that first, they've created organizations like the ADL to monitor people's organizations, businesses, and the like, to track potential disrespect and to address it. Usually, what they will do when they have these forms of disrespect, they will classify it as anti-Semitic in some way. But most importantly, what they're very, I would say, exceptionally good at, which I think is one of the things that we're not good at, is that their outrage is never emotional. So if it's not emotional, what is it? Who can drop the word in the chat? It's one word, begins with an S, and ends with an E. They're not emotional about how they go about addressing their outrage. And I'm sure some people might say, well, we could see what's going on right now with Kanye and Kyrie. It does look like they're being emotional, but I'm gonna deal with that part a little later, because from my vantage point, I do not see them being emotional per se. So I see assertive. No. A1 fella. No, not assertive. Another word. And this word really has to do with choice. It's an S word, but it has to do with choice. See, I'm getting several assertive superhero. Mr. Blackwell, good afternoon, sir. If anything is actually proactive, if anything, it is proactive, yes. Sincere, no. It's just the opposite of sincere. What's that? Sporty? No. Jeffrey, sane? Well, yeah, I mean, it is sane, of course. Jeffrey Yu, thanks for joining the conversation. So I'm going to read the first bullet again, then I'm going to read the second, and then I'll ask the question while you guys are thinking. There are several different things that the Jews use to make others respect them. They create organizations like the ADL to monitor people's organizations and businesses and the like, to track potential disrespect and to address it. Most importantly, their outrage is never emotional. It's something. In this way, they can use it at will to make public examples to instill fear. So let me see. Sane, selective. Jeffrey Wooden, right on point. Yes, it is selective. Now, if it's selective, the question is, are they really being disrespected? Or is the offense that they claim is an offense, is it really anti-Semitic? Let me continue. They've also created political organizations that can influence laws in the United States for them to be able to limit, because the United States is a world power, actually a superpower, possibly the only superpower remaining. And if they can influence governance in the United States, where a large number of Jewish people do reside outside of Israel, the state of Israel, then they can have a tremendous influence around the world. So that's strategic as well. I'm not sure if someone had said strategic, but that would be a secondary ability in the way in which they use their power. So they're selective and strategic. Like, for example, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's a governmental agency that supposedly track various types of information. And one of the things that they do at the Southern Poverty Law Center is that any Black Power movements, such as Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, and we definitely know the Black Panther Party from the 60s. I mean, obviously, the Southern Poverty Law Center didn't exist in the 60s, but there is a new Black Panther Party. They register those agencies, they registered those organizations that are established to protect Black people as terrorist groups. So when you go to the Southern Poverty Law Center board, their website, they'll show these groups as terroristic, whereby by you being registered as a terrorist group, law enforcement look at you a certain way. Judges, if you get into a legal situation, may look to how they dispel judgment if you're found to be guilty more severely, more heavy-handed. But yet, over the years, they have not been able to find any NOI member, particularly Black men that are a member of NOI, that are criminals or commit crimes since they've either come out of jail or just changed their life growing up from the neighborhood they came from and have joined the NOI. And likewise, the Hebrew Israelites, with all its many branches, they're not a violent group. They don't commit crimes, nor do they go out actively seeking people to hurt. They may have a way in which they speak and present themselves that some might find to be maybe intimidating. But if you're intimidated, just keep walking. You don't have to stop, right? So there are ways in which they go about how to declaw Black organizations that would be in a position to fight to protect Black people by disinformation. Let me kind of like delve into this a little bit with some examples or more examples. In the Kanye situation a few weeks ago, and I think I might have mentioned it already on one of the other shows that I may have done with Kanye and then the follow-up with Kyrie. Let me know if my volume is consistent. Trying to make sure that my mic is set correctly. But in Kanye's situation, when Kanye first spoke out, one of the first things they did was that they came out with a notice that the ADL had made that anti-Semitism has been on the increase. And they stated that it has reached its highest point since they've been tracking it, which was, I think, 34%. The thing is what they did was that tracking was from 2020 to 2021. And those organizations or institutions or individuals who had caused that anti-Semitism rise, those individuals were white people. But they didn't do anything about it. They didn't say anything about it. Now, somewhere in the news, it was reported, but it wasn't like made to be a big thing like they're doing with our two brothers. And neither did they give them a public flogging, tarred and feathered, cut off their company's ability to make business in a form of sanctioning, and then even publicly go after individuals' money and how they do business, to be able to provide for themselves and their family over the long term. What they did was this is the strategic part, right? So when the information came out, they didn't make a big deal. They tracked it, they recorded it, they put it aside. They sat on the information until they find a proper use for it. Now, one of the things I think you have to really realize is that as Black people, we are always made to be the face of negative things, events, occurrence. So they know that they were going to find an appropriate time to use that. So they sat on it since 2020, 2021. We're almost at the end of 2022, going into 2023. So it's at minimum a year ago and maximum 2 years and 9-10 months since that increase was noted. But when Kanye came out and spoke, what they did was they made it appear as though that was a recent event. And that's because they control the media. So by controlling the media, they can take two events that happen at two different times, one current, one in the past, at minimum 12 months, at maximum 22 months, overlay them and make it appear that it just occurred, thereby accrediting Kanye the responsibility for this increase when he had nothing to do with it. But because they are strategic in how they utilize any forms of potential disrespect, what they're able to do is then publicly show that someone is disrespecting us, and that someone who is disrespecting us or being anti-Semitic is anyone who is speaking up for Black people to empower Black people more than we are. Let me see. Kanye was the scapegoat they needed. Absolutely. It could have been anybody. It was just, it's any Black man who rises to a sense of where they feel they're empowered and they want to open their voice to speak about a situation. And particularly if those individuals choose to do so not just for themselves, but to try to empower Black people as a whole, or to make them aware, which, knowledge is power, as it's stated, particularly power that is capable of being used when you want to use it. So they were able to do that with a report that came out 2 years ago and make it appear as though that increase in anti-Semitism was due to Kanye speaking out. That was not reality, but also because so many of our people are so easily triggered, so emotional, have so much emotions penned up about their opinions of Kanye, or Ye, I should say, that we automatically jump on the bandwagon to empower them to destroy us more. Now, with the Kyrie Irving situation, that was pretty unique, because you have to ask yourself the question: when Kyrie Irving dropped the link to that book or documentary, were the ADL aware of that book and documentary? I would venture to say yes. Because if they weren't, that means they're not doing their jobs. Somebody dropped the ball. Which means if they were aware of the book and documentary from 4 years ago, where was the outcry? There was no outcry. And let me give you an example, because some of you guys might be too young to be aware of this, right? In the late 80s or early 90s, there was an author. I think he lived in France. Let me see, make sure I can remember the name of the book. I should have wrote it down. What's the name of this book? Oh man, I can't remember it. Let me see. It'll come to me. There was an author who wrote a book about Muhammad. And the book, the Muslim world got upset about this book. The Satanic Verses. That was the name of the book. The Satanic Verses. And in the book, The Satanic Verses, they said some disrespectful and degrading thing about Muhammad. And I bought the book back in the 80s. So I read it. Salman Rushdie. Yes. Salman Rushdie. Thanks, Marco. And immediately when the book came out, the Muslim world got upset. They wanted the book pulled. The author went to France. They gave him asylum. He stayed there. And the Arabs put a bounty on his head, 25 million. And nobody cashed that in. A few months ago, I did see something about him in not sure if it was the New York Times or some other magazine I was reading. So he was still alive. He was sick or something while he was in the news. But if you're really offended by something, or if it's something that is anti-Semitic, then you would speak about it when it occurs, or when you are aware of it. And if you've got watchdog agencies out there working on your behalf to look for things of these nature and to track it, it's unlikely that the ADL would have missed the book and the documentary, considering the book itself came out in 2015. So the 2018 book was a second book. But what did they do? They did not emotionally react like the Muslim did or the Islamic world did when Salman Rushdie wrote that book, The Satanic Verses. No, they did just the opposite. They sat on it. They sat on the book, they sat on the documentary, and they didn't say nothing. Now, obviously, that's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Because I'm not sure how many of you guys are Israelites or know of Israelites in this, in the United States. But there's a blackout in terms of the media with regard to the Israelites. News agencies are forbidden to write anything about the Israelites unless there's a negative story to put out. Silent Sniper, thanks for the super chat. Well, then, it seems like the Jays are against us as well. They're probably, if they're orchestrators, they're probably at the front of the line, giving the band members their instructions as to when to come in, right? So whoever is controlling the band movements, the horns, those who are waving the flag, those who are doing steps, acrobatics and whatnot, there's someone who is obviously giving the leading chorus what to do, when to come in, when to accentuate, when to go low. So yes, absolutely. There's always someone who is at the head controlling, maneuvering, right? The puppet master that no one sees. Why price of person is a man chooses? William, can you phrase that sentence to be a sentence? It's not complete. I'm not sure what you're saying, and I don't want to kind of throw out an interpretation that I'm not clear what you're saying. Okay, so if you can, appreciate it. But as I was saying, there's a blackout in the news with regard to the Israelites. So they're not going to say anything about the Israelites because they don't want to promote the Israelites. And I know from my day, because I started at One West and I was there until I think 2002. But there have been many Jewish rabbis who have spoken to the heads, what you might call the rabbis at One West back in the day. Some of them came to the school. Some of them debated with us in public. And you know how, the CIA and FBI work in the US, right? They will send people out there to trigger you in the audience or in public to try to get you disheveled, to kind of make you either make a move if you intend to be violent, and then entrap you. So there have been many of those who have tried to entrap brothers to be violent. So we've learned over years to be extremely under control, particularly our emotions, and not allow those who may try to poke us to get you to react to something as opposed to act upon something. And there have been many white people who have debated with us who have realized that though we may look different than most people, some people might even say crazy, like Paul says, though I be rude in speech, but not in knowledge. So though the Israelites are rude in speech, okay. Now there's no train around here, so I'm not sure where that horn just came from. Might have been a tractor trailer coming through. Apologize for that. But so they basically would not confront us. They don't want to have that actual confrontation with the Hebrew Israelites. They're avoiding that because the Hebrew Israelites, they know the English, they know the Hebrew, and they know the Greek. So that confrontation would be something that the news would have to sit in on and view. And that will put them on the spotlight. So they are going to avoid that as best as possible. But when Kyrie tweeted that link, They were like, aha, now we can use the book and the movie to kill two birds with one stone. Things in the book that they felt may be anti-Semitic. And you know what was funny? I'm not. It was an ESPN show, and I didn't get the link for it. And what's the young lady name? Makila something Andrews. She was sitting in a panel of about 3 or 4 guys, and there was a white rabbi there, and she basically asked him the question about anti-Semitism. So what he stated was that 2 days ago, the IH something, one of their agencies, came out with the definition for anti-Semitism. You know, what's curious to me is how can you come out with a definition to something 2 days ago for an event that happened a week ago? You know, that's like the cops stopping you, finding something wrong with your car or you, then call the judge and say, hey, we need a law for this. I've got a guy, but there's no law on the books. So I need you guys to make a law because I'm going to bring him in and I'm going to arrest him. All right. So then the judge called it, the governor, they make a law, they arrest you, and then they judge you and punish you based on a law that didn't exist when you supposedly said what you said. Yes, Malika Andrews. Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay. Who's that? Let's see. Marco T. Hebrew Israelites are mentally disturbed. Well, if you mean that they're no longer brainwashed with the American mindset, then you would be right. But, you know, I'm a former senior, high-ranking member of the first Hebrew Israelite school at One West. So that's where I come from the 80s. So I guess in that case, I'm probably mental too. And some people might think that. So I'm not going to debate that. Not sure where you're making that opinion from, whether or not you have delved into having an educated conversation with any Hebrew Israelite priests and brought whatever knowledge you wanted to dispute and see where the conversation went. But if you're just making it on an emotional by observation, you know, that's part of what I want to have this conversation about today, because we tend to make permanent judgments on things that we have very few or very little information about. We are being segregated by race and religion, democratic tactic. Well, I'm not sure if the Democrats are doing that. The Democrats are creating various genders and using Black people as the face of these genders. See, and that's another thing with regard to, if we kind of like roll back a little bit, since you mentioned the word segregated. In the early 60s, when we got civil rights, right? Civil rights was really to give us total access into the society of America. And secondly, it was supposed to protect us from things that harmed us and people who have harmed us, agencies and companies and business who have harmed us. So that would not continue. But I think because of the magnanimity of our people and some of our leaders, which in hindsight I would say was foolish, you know, we wind up giving away what was supposed to be our benefit to immigrants of all stripes. And then the ruling class, they really did a really good move, because you had minorities, you have people of color, and then what they did was they reclassified white women as a minority because they were fighting for equal rights with white men. So they classify them as a minority when they're actually a majority by population, and they're actually part of the ruling class. So that was a very slick move, and none of our leaders spoke to that. Marco T. Lyndon Johnson said that he would make sure the Negro will vote Democrat for the next 200 years. And I'm glad you said that too, because a few weeks ago I talked about how, you know, we're like birds. And I talked about how you can literally set a trap for a bird that's in a tree, and they can watch you set the trap, watch you sprinkle the crumbs of food that leads right into the trap. And within minutes after you finish setting the trap and you walk away and hide yourself in the bush, the birds will fly right down, start picking at what you left, seeds or, you know, breadcrumbs, and walk right into the trap. So the fact that you said that, Marco, actually is a good point, because he said it. So if he told us to our face what he was going to do, and then we actually went and did it, who's the fool? Who's the fool? That's why I said we really use words that we don't understand. When we use words like finesse, we don't know nothing about finesse. We talk about it like we do, but we always get finesse. So, you know, that's another conversation. But my point is that now that Kyrie has he didn't make a statement, he just dropped a link, but they sat on this information about the Hebrew Israelites, and they figure they can use things that were said in the book that they can kind of highlight, you know, because when you speak to a politician and they say something that you highlight, what's the first thing they always say? Well, we have to go back and look at the context and how I said what I said. And because the English language, especially business English and political English, because there are different forms of the English language. If you guys don't know, there are different forms of the English language on how you can use it. So political speak, you speak somewhat vaguely without being extremely specific, because then you can always go back. And because the English words have so many meanings depending on the context in which the word is being applied, they can always go back and find a context that is different from what they said when they said it, and neutralize any particular group or person's negative perception or misinterpretation of what they thought they heard or interpret, right? So that is something that is uniquely capable when you understand English well. So what they did was they went back, they pulled the book, and they say, okay, the book meant, and they don't say specific things, what the book says. It's only later I've been hearing that a few people have been coming out with making statements. But one of the things they don't do is they don't say that when the author wrote the book, he cited things, the source being whatever he stated, he said, this statement came from this Jewish person who is either a rabbi or a highly ranked politician that was a Jew in the United States. So they sourced their material. Ironically, the person that he used to source, I think it was like several months after he wrote that book that he made those statements. Not the guy that wrote Hebrews to Negroes. The source that Hebrews to Negroes used, where he mentioned certain things on how the Jews may use their power to empower themselves, how they corner certain parts of the society, market-wise, sector-wise, to have an overwhelming superior position. What some people might say, successful. They have risen to the ranks of success, but they have done it in so many different categories. They've done it in banking. They've done it in politics. They've done it in the entertainment industry of all parts. They've done it in sports. They've done it in so many other areas as well. I don't want to go through a whole list, but I think you get the point. The individual, his last name is Rosenthal. I should have wrote his name down last night when I was reviewing some stuff, but I apologize for not having this. But Several months after he wrote that book, he was killed, or he died. He died on a plane crash. He was working for the government, and he was taking a trip. I forgot where it was going, and plane went down. He was killed, but several other people was killed too, right? Very similar to Arthur Koestler, who wrote the book, The 13 Tribes, meaning there are 12 tribes of Israel, but if white people are to be part of Israel, then there must be a 13 tribes. So supposedly he committed suicide a year later after writing that book. So, when some Jewish people may have some type of, I'm not going to say remorse, but maybe just want to be more open and speak more honestly about some of the things that they are capable of or what they're doing or have done. When they come out and they put that out in books and they write about it and they leave information and stuff where you can track it, they tend to wind up, dead for some reason. Yes, keep the likes up. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Let's see. I shouldn't have put every Israelite in the same bucket. So, well, I wouldn't, don't beat yourself up, Marco. And that's one thing you will notice with the way I speak. I tend not to get emotionally triggered and try to insult brothers, men. We're here to learn and grow and to improve and better ourselves. And there are times when you guys may teach me something I don't know. But there are times I can teach you things that you don't know, particularly since I've been alive for 6 decades. So and I've had a lengthy experience in life. And I've lived a fairly good life for the majority of my life, at least from the time I became a man. I can't speak for when I was a child because I didn't have control over that, right? But when I became a man. So no, don't beat yourself up with regard to you're a hypocrite. No, I don't think you're a hypocrite. I appreciate the apology. Apology is not necessary. I would just, say, thanks for the correction, Mr. Lee, or I was off on my perspective, something general. You don't really have to beat yourself up. And just as a note, I don't know how long you've been watching Sage Talk, but definitely probably in the first couple of months, as I kind of laid out portions of my resume and so forth, I'm not the type of guy, I don't take apologies and I don't give them. But definitely because you reacted so quickly with the apology, I will accept that 100%. But it wasn't really necessary. I was just trying to make a comment about it to broaden how you come to conclusions about things. And if I was able to help you with that, that was my intent. So kudos to you. But as I was saying, they now have an opportunity where they are able to humble a very elite, successful black man in the form of Kyrie, right? Kyrie Irving. And at the same time, get to discredit the Hebrew Israelite people who have come out with the assertion that black people in America are the real Jews, meaning they are of the sons of Judah. That's what Jews mean, right? Or in the southern kingdom, there were 3 tribes. So that's Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So the people in America, the black people in America of the diaspora that came through slavery and their descendants, not the immigrants from Africa that came after. Not to say that some of them may not be Israelites, but in general, I'm speaking of those who came across in the transatlantic slavery, right? That those people are the Jews, and then the rest of the Americas where the slaves were taken to and where others had already lived prior are the 10 tribes that were dispersed, the southern tribes, those who would call Israel. So they get to now discredit that. So people of intellectual mind, people who are educated, people who have big businesses, the information may sound credible, but you know what? I have too much to risk, so I'll keep that like over there at a distance. Some of the things they say may be of value. Some of it may be off the wall. They don't have time to become a biblical historian expert. That's not their calling. So they have to take it at face value. And then when a major organization such as the ADL and a very powerful group of people in America, such as the Jews or Jewish people, come out and are able to, we can't say control the media, utilize the media to spin a narrative that would favor them, right? So because they're able to do that, they're then able to kill two birds with one stone. They destroy a man's life and they discredit Black people from the search of their identity. They literally, like with Farrakhan. I remember back in the 80s, because I went to see Farrakhan in 1986 at Madison Square Garden when he made his speech. And as an Israelite, knowing I'm an Israelite, I understood that Farrakhan was talking about Islam and all that, but he was still a strong leader in building Black people in the community. And I wanted to hear what he had to say. So I did go. But they would then also try to discredit him because he was standing up for Black people and Black rights, right? And the defense of Black people. So whenever a strong Black person stands up, they try to crush him. In the case of Kanye and Kyrie, they're being crushed because they're individuals. They do not have strong organizational backing. What have kept Mr. Louis Farrakhan safe and really from being totally destroyed, or even maybe going to jail for some trumped up false accusation, was because he had such a strong, powerful organization that he had built. So that has protected him, right? The Israelites, one of the benefits of not keeping the Israelites in the news was that it's like an iceberg. It's been growing and growing and growing. And since the age of YouTube, now it grows worldwide, as opposed to, going out to camp and speaking on a street corner and whatnot, and just deal with people who pass by you face to face. Now people can see those live interactions and then actually tap into classes on subject matters that they may be curious about to know more. So there have been a lot of growth and groundswell at the bottom. There are a lot of people in this space that I listen to and I hear say things. And I feel very proud about myself being a part of that work 35 years ago, right? So, but the knowledge has spread significantly, not only in the United States, but the Caribbean, Africa, and different parts of the world. So if they can take one swipe and try to destroy all that work in one swipe, that's a major blow. The problem is, in this particular case, they may have overplayed their hand, because even though Kyrie may have 17 or 18 million followers, how many of those followers would have actually went to look at the book or the streaming documentary on Amazon? Very little. 1%, 2%, very little. Most people would have just brushed it off, especially when they see Hebrew Israelites. People just like, I don't want to have nothing to do with this, right? But by them making the case that they're making and the way they're doing it, it's putting more spotlight on it. And people who may not have known anything about Hebrew Israelites, or people who may have but have kept the distance, may now say, you know what, let me go check out the documentary. Let me sit down and spend 3 hours listening to it. The funny thing is that the reporters who are speaking about it, and even the rabbi who had made his comment about the anti-Semitism definition, he was asked, did he read the book or did he see the documentary? He sidestepped the question. He didn't give a straight no. What he said was, Well, I looked at specific things that were anti-Semitic, which means somebody sent them the information. So no one out there that's really speaking out front have really either read the book or saw the documentary. They're speaking from, like we tend to use in this space, talking points that were given to them. And then even black people who are against Kanye or Kyrie are doing very similar. They're using talking points. Guys, in the chat, let me know when you think the light has gone down, because I was using natural light. I had the window open, the sun was still up, but it's starting to go down a little bit, and I'm starting to see like a little pink background. But if you guys aren't able to see me clearly, or you don't like the way I appear or whatever, let me know and I'll go ahead and turn on the light here so you guys can get a better view as we continue this conversation, right? So, some of the benefits that the Jewish people get from this. Who is this, Chris? Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Carly, Tom, or is that Carlisle? I'm not sure how I pronounced that. Appreciate it. Okay, let me see if I can understand what this is saying. Okay. Okay, William Graves, heart or law, or never say how did God. There's several things I think you're trying to say there. If you're speaking several different statements within one statement, either use a semicolon separator, right? Semicolons are used to completely separate one thought from the next thought. So, even though I know, chat is shorthand English, I'm a little old, so I may not catch up. Definite G, he's a troll. Well, he writes like one if he is, so go back to school. If you're a troll, William, you need to go back to school. Improve your English. Remember I was saying something earlier about there are multiple levels of the English language. There's common speak English, which is just your general conversation. And then you have business English, and then you have political English, right? So you need to improve your English so people can understand you. Hope you're a man. Well, actually, women speak better than men when it comes to writing. So I'm pretty sure you're a man. So improve your English. Even if you want to be a troll, if you're not effective at communicating what you're trying to say, you're not making your point, it's not going to really affect me or the audience. But Definite G, appreciate that for pointing that out. Okay, so they use their outrage selectively and use the information that they collect to get the best outcome, which means they don't react emotionally. But when they do come out with it, they put on a false face that they're emotionally offended. Okay, I believe Mr. Williams' grave is deaf. Then I need to speak with JR and see if we can also make the show transmit where for people who are deaf and blind, right? So they can communicate through that special technology that is being used for people that are suffer from some type of deficiency, physical, mental, or emotional. And in his case, I guess it would be physical, possibly mental too. So anyway, let me try to get back to where I was. I said selective outrage. That's one. And using the black man to exalt their power. How do they do this? Stripping Kanye of his money and his business deal and business ventures. It puts fear in anyone else in the future who may want to come out and be so brave, right? So only the most radical. And this is why sometimes, too, many of us who don't really understand, and that's one of the reasons why I also try to tell you guys misdirection and manipulation are two things that I studied and learned very early from my college days and early on when I got into business. Because misdirection is so effective as a tool. And because we don't understand it and know how it can be used to trigger people, we fall for it so often. So they tend to use misdirection to exalt their power and to elicit fear. Very similar to during slavery when they wanted to put fear in both black men and the women that were on that particular plantation. You know, they would get all the pregnant women, and then the woman that was closest to being given birth, they would hang her upside down, slit her belly open. When the baby fall to the ground, step on its head, crush it. All the other pregnant women there would be fearful. They would be fearful for the child that's within them. The men would see that. There was another event that they did for men, right? What they would do for the men is that they would string him up by his feet and they would tie to two horses. They would tar and feather him, and then they will lash the horses to run in opposite direction. So if you were thinking about being a revolutionary, to run away, to try to free other slaves within the plantation, that would take the wind out of your sails, right? I mean, even in movies, if you saw somebody snatched apart by horses, that would not be a pretty sight. So if you saw that in real life, it would shake you to it would shake your constitution. It would shake you right to your nerves. The Clue Channel, $5 super chat. Thank you much, brother. I appreciate what you do, Mr. Lee. FASHO. You may want to break that down for me. I'm not familiar with the acronym. Or if somebody want to drop it on me, thanks for the super chat. It's getting dark in here. Give me 1 second. Let me go off camera and I'll put the lights on. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay. How does this look? Just give me a great, good thumbs up, anything. Just, do I need to make it a little brighter or is this sufficient? I don't like that shiny forehead, so don't make me make the light too bright. Okay. Anyhow, so that's another way in which they can utilize power to get the respect. And when they get, see, one of the benefits for them when they get respect on this level, because they do it so publicly, they don't only get the benefit of the respect to their people as a whole, but the respect trickled down to individual Jews. So even when you are interacting with an individual Jew, whether he's an attorney, whether he's a businessman, whether he's your agent, publicist, whether he owns the company you work for, if you're in entertainment or whatever, you kind of walk like you're on eggshells. Not necessarily physically walk, but mentally how you interact with them. You don't see yourself here. You drop down. You always know that they're in the top seat. They're in the power position, right? So that's a mental training that they're doing right now. It's a reinforcement to check you and not only check him, the individual, Kanye and Kyrie, or Ye and Kyrie, but other black men who may think themselves so bold, especially, if you become a multimillionaire, you're making 100 million, 200 million, you worth $1 billion. Like there are things in society that you might see that it may not harm you directly, but you can see how it harms other Black people who are striving to be better. So if you tend to want to say, you know what, I'm rich enough where it's not going to bother me, but I want to speak on this public flogging, declawing, closing off doors of opportunity, both for the present and the future, will make someone second guess themselves and say, nah, maybe I shouldn't say anything. You know what? Let me just chill. So it's a way of declawing and depowering us as a people and a community of people into the next generation. Because where we could have gotten power now, we held back. And then the next generation have to try and figure out a way how they're going to get power, right? And I think that's sometimes part of the conversation I hear when you guys talk about, what is that? Baby boomers that may have dropped the ball, or whichever generation before that you guys felt dropped the ball. To have your cojones snatched away from you is a difficult thing. See, like Kanye and Kyrie, they're just being stripped of their financial power, their reputation and name. But in our time in the 60s, well, I was a baby in the 60s, young boy, but in that generation in the 60s, they literally put a bullet in your head. So they put a bullet in Malcolm X's head. They put a bullet in Martin Luther King's head. All those who were supporters and were second-tier leadership coming up, when they sat down to negotiate the deal with white people, they pretty much gave them whatever they want. They didn't even freaking read the contract to see what was going on. And that's how we got played, because they were scared. Plain and simple, they were scared. They didn't want to catch a bullet next. And recently, I just saw that like a week ago, the two men who were sentenced for killing Malcolm X, one died in 2009, I believe. The other one, just got out. He spent 60 years in jail. He's 83 years old. 80 freaking 3 years old. He was set up. District attorney knew. Cops knew it wasn't him. But as usual, they hold back evidence that is exculpatory, and then they put you away for life. And then, 60 years later, everybody that participated in that crime is dead or in an old folks' home somewhere. No different than the woman who caused Emmett Till to be killed. She's in her 80s, and everybody, Whoopi Goldberg is like, forgive the lady, don't prosecute her. Yeah. See, but if that was a Jewish person, no. When they went after the Germans, they caught some guy, I think in the 90s or early 2000s. The man was 90-something years old, came to court in a wheelchair. They put that sucker in jail. They ain't fooling around. We be willing to forgive people on bullshit. They don't fool around. When they catch you, you could be 101 and you got 1 day to live. Your ass is going in jail for that 1 day. But we want to be magnanimous and forgive everybody. We got to cut that shit out. The one person who we should forgive is the one person we don't forgive. And I'm sure everybody in the chat knows who that is. And if you know who it is that we should forgive, drop it in the chat. Who should we forgive? Who can drop that answer first? We tend to always want to forgive others who persecute us. And particularly when they are found out decades later, 40, 50, 60 years later, we tend not to want to hold them culpable and for them to be punished. We are like, he's an old man, he's an old lady, yada, 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 and we want to forgive them. But if the shoe was on the other foot and you committed a crime against them and they caught you, you're behind going to jail. I remember a few years ago, there was a man who, when he was young, I think he was like 17 or 18, committed a crime. He murdered somebody. But then he moved to Florida started a new life, got a new name, built a life, became a businessman. I think he was in real estate development or building houses or whatever. The man was like in his 50s or 60s. He did a good deed. And by doing the good deed, the news investigated who he was. They found out this was the guy that committed the crime way back when. They put two and two together, and the FBI came and got his ass. And they took him to jail. Yeah. Now, there were so many testimonials, his wife, his children, neighborhood, all the things he did. People were speaking up for the man. They didn't give a shit. They're like, you're going to go to jail. They tried him, and he went to jail. So, others are not so always willing to be forgiven when we do something, but we are always so willing to be magnanimous and forgive others. Meyer 963, I see you with the first one. Ourselves, black men, absolutely. Salam Allah, alternate channel, ourselves, yes. Sport, nobody. No, somebody, unless you say black men are nobody. I would hope you don't think that. But RB4329, ourselves, absolutely. And whoever else said ourselves, and ancient. Absolutely. We tend to be less forgiving of ourselves and be overly forgiving of others. And most of the times, those who commit offenses against us is deadly. If they don't kill us directly, they suck economic power out of our communities. And that debilitates us for several decades. So they have a more lasting effect when they do something to us. Whereas an offensive word by a brother may offend your feelings or your ego, but it doesn't harm you tomorrow. And it doesn't stop you from accomplishing anything that you set your mind to do going forward. But we are less likely to forgive each other. So as I was saying, this is how the Jewish people are able to secure both national and individual respect for their people. One, because they show you that there will be public consequences. You will pay. And one thing I learned about New York, there are two ways to change behavior. Hit a man in his pockets. If you have ever lived in New York and you had a car and you double park downtown, particularly Midtown, when them parking meter maids come around and you get hit with that $375 ticket, $175 towing fee, and then they store it somewhere out in Long Island City, and you got to figure out where your car is, and by the time you figure it out, go pay the court, come back, it's like $800-900. You go get your car. I know, I went through it, right? So, and many of us who have cars in New York, you think you're just going to jump out the car, run inside, and come back out. It ain't going to work that way. And it got so bad that some people literally wanted to take violence into their own hands against some of the meter maids, and they had to make a law that a meter maid is subsequently similar to a police officer in terms of how they're viewed. And if you commit a crime against them, it's like committing a crime against a cop, and you will get the full punishment of the law as if you committed that crime against a police officer. So people backed up. So definitely hitting you in the pockets is one way. And the other way is, I guess how I found out when I was a young man growing up, is a good ass whipping, right? You're either going to take one or you're going to give one. But that's the only way you're going to get respect from people growing up, or change behavior, let's say. Now, I gave you how the Jews go about dealing with respect, which they don't call it respect, right? They don't even call it respect. They call it anti-Semitism. And then they go and they make up their own. It's not like it's an independent body of group that may have one or two Jewish people on the panel or board that make up this definition. No, they make up their own definition, and they can expand it to as as wide a net as they want to. Like how, like I'm not sure who saw that video. I may have shown it when I did the Kyrie uh, talk last week, Wednesday. But when he showed how many companies, corporations were run, either owned or the top executive, CEO, vice president, president were of Jewish background, by pointing out something that is factual, pointing out something that is factual is considered anti-Semitism. So you can't even speak what is true. Like they want to have a lock that you can't even mention their name or individuals, because they say organizations and or individuals who are Jews and may not be Jews. I mean, it was a broad definition. I'm like, nah, that's bogus. Y'all can't make that crap up. And we ain't listening to that. We don't really care. And I think we have to be able to come to the point where, like, you know what? Y'all not going to tell us what to do. Y'all don't control us like that. But that's going to take, you're going to have to take a whipping. And not everybody can work their life to establish themselves, to rise to a pinnacle of success. And then because they want to stand up to be a man, and I would say the first time in their life to be a man publicly, because being a man privately, okay, you know it, your family know it, but publicly, where the world can gain respect for you, or you could gain the respect of the world, they chop your ass down like a tree in the woods, right? But how do we deal with respect? Because anti-Semitism is a cloak word for respect. That's how they're using it, right? In our community, we handle respect completely different. And I have been really pondering this whole respect thing, because like I've tuned into certain people's channel, whether it's Angry Man, whether it's Fight Club, whether it's, who knows, who may have an interesting topic and I want to check it out. And I'm listening to it. And, the first 10 minutes, half an hour, they may be having some good dialogue. And then somebody come in and say some off the wall stuff. And instead of them, just sidestep it and just give it no air, somebody is going to have to speak to it. Egos are going to get in there. And next thing you know, challenges are being made. And once it get there, I just change the channel. Change the channel. I will move right out of you. You could have the most interesting topic and I could be totally into it, but give me 2, 3, 4 minutes of that crap, I am out. I will not sit down and watch black men act like a bunch of beasts globally. No. And I think if more black men had that attitude, drop the view down to 1. They'll cut that shit out after a while, because those channels want to make money. Or whoever is operating those channels will get rid of whoever it is that is doing that garbage. But you see, we are so used to the dysfunction, and for so long, we have been able to profit from the dysfunction, that there's some people who, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. And then there are other areas in this space that are always looking to try to take the conversation to a higher level, right? And Angry Man, if you're listening or may listen, or someone who like Angry Man is listening, I'm not saying that Angry Man do this all the time. He doesn't do it a lot, and he doesn't really have a panel, but there are times when sometimes he will allow things to go too far. I wish he would kind of nip that in the bud. I like Angry Man as a content provider, and I've spoke well of him on more than one occasions. So don't take it personally, but I will speak as an elder. I will speak on bullshit when I see bullshit. And you and others who are leaders in this space, I think should take more control to protect the image of black men, or change the image of black men, and don't allow, whether it's an older black man, younger black man, or mentally challenged black man, if they come with that foolishness, just say, you know what, time him out like a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old, and if that doesn't work, give him the boot. Let them go somewhere else with their garbage. Anyway, let me get back to where I was. So I've been thinking about this whole respect thing and how I was going to address it with regard to black people, black men specifically, right? But to be honest, this whole respect to me, this respect thing, and bear with me because I'm limited with my words. I was trying to find a better word, but I was unable to. It seems to me that it's pure bogus, like it's contrived. I know it's not because it has detrimental effects in our community, but it's not respect. It's something else. But we use respect as the means to justify an action. So I'm gonna try and go into this a little bit and see if you guys can follow me and appreciate the conversation, right? What do I mean by it being bogus? The reason why I'm saying that is because, one, we don't have a criteria for what consists of respect. And then when the line of said respect have been crossed. What are those triggers? We don't have that. To me, from observation, it seems to be totally emotional based. Has nothing to do with any real logical thinking. It's an emotional trigger that you must act upon. So if someone did something, said something, or any way that you like kind of feel a little kind of way about it, right? You're interpreting it in some kind of emotional way. Then you got to step to the situation and rectify it. Let me see. We want to be entertained, Lee. And it's funny because let me drop that up. AT well. I like your comment, AT, because I'm gonna divert for a little bit and I'll kind of expound on this. We've seen the progression of rap from the 80s, 90s, 2000, and now to where it is at 2020. And rap has become more self-destructive in its influence. And because it's something that came from within our culture, we interpret it as it's our life. It was once an expression of what was happening. It was a way of telling a story of what was happening in our community. And now it's gone to entertainment. And the entertainment is how beastly you can be. The more beastly like you can be, potentially the more money you can make. Now, obviously, I'm not speaking about athletes per se, but I'm talking primarily about Hollywood in movies and the rap, hip hop, musical genre that have such a big influence on us and the world at large as well. Few controlling the masses, but the masses can control them too. Very well said. Well said, Elliot. Now, to piggyback off of what you just said, the masses can control them too. The masses can do more than just control them. The masses can depower them. But I think a big thing that we tend to say as black men, more so than black women, I can't remember if I ever heard a black woman say this, but what I do hear black men say often is that we're not a monolith. So I would ask black men today who like to throw out that statement, are Jewish people a monolith? Let me say that again. Are Jewish people a monolith? They just know when to, Decepticons form up, right? They create Megatron or whatever. They know when to link up together to express their power in the most expressive way to crush their enemy, which is us. Because we are the face of how the powers that be, whether it's Jewish people or, general white people from England or the UK, other parts of Europe, France, Germany, Australia, Canada, right next door. When they want to exercise their power, they use us to be the face of whatever they're going to put forward. And to kind of double back to what I was saying with regard to the 60s, had they gave us the protection, the legal protection under law, like, for example, the Asian hate crime bill or the alphabet people discrimination bill. See, when they get those protection, if people come at them and they can implement that, show proof that they have harmed them that qualifies under that law, there's serious repercussions that goes down behind that. But let's take it back to the 60s when these laws was being, when we were getting civil rights and they were putting these laws in place to protect us. America wasn't full of a bunch of immigrants. There were very few immigrants from the Caribbean and different parts, right? I was one of them. I came in the 60s as a baby, right? But, or a young boy. But because it was just former and descendants of black slaves, the two main people group that was in the United States was black people and white people. So if they gave us like an Asian hate crime bill, who would that bill protect us from? Them. They're not going to give us protection to protect us from them because they feed off of us. So they need to be able to come and get what they want when they want us. Whether they want to falsely promote us as the face of crime or criminals, black men, drugs. Black people don't even have a corridor to bring drugs into the world. Yet we are the face of crime and drugs. We don't have a manufacturing lab. We don't have a distribution center. We don't have jack. We don't even have our own black mafia. We don't have nothing. But yet we are the face. So they couldn't protect us. So the first thing they did was they came in, they made the gender situation, and then black people who fell into that whole gender situation and claimed that, they became, homosexuals, gays, that was the term back then, transvestites, that was the term back then, right? And through time and evolution, they gave them laws to protect them. And who did the law protect them from? It protected them from us, the normal part of the community, because we couldn't go to our brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and cousins and say, hey, you really shouldn't be living this lifestyle, yada, yada, yada. It's going to be really hurtful to you, whatever, right? Or if it was a religious base, you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, whatever. We couldn't try to help change them because if we went at them as any type of organization or church group or whatever, those protection, the law could come down on us. So they first had to protect them from us. They extract a portion of our people and then they use them as the face of homosexuality. Because if you go back to the 80s, homosexuality was a white man thing. AIDS was big. It was a white man thing. When they had the war on drugs, that's black people, black men. So they've always needed us so they can use us as the face of anything that was negative. AT Quell, $4.99. Appreciate it, brother. Are you saying that we are not doing what it takes to achieve and receive the respect we say we deserve? I would say we're not doing absolutely nothing. Zero. Oh, nada. That's what I'm saying. Exploiting black people is a business. Absolutely. You know, one of the things that we have never really bitched about, some people might say something here or there, but we don't really fight and like go at this. The 13th Amendment says that if a black person, not anybody, a black person commits a crime, a felony, and is found guilty of a felony, he becomes a slave. So slavery was really never done away with. It was just, see, that's one of those finesse. That's a finesse. 1865, they said slavery is over. And they were thinking about it, it's like, yo, we need to make some money, right? These Negroes here, they make us a lot of money. How are we going to keep them to be slaves? They were thinking about it and said, okay, what we can do is we could put them in a position where they would have to commit a crime to survive. And then when they commit a crime, we take away their rights and make them a slave and then go work for corporations in the jails for $1 a day. Corporations like, that sounds good to me. Let's do it. That's what they did. The fact that we have not really attacked that, that's problematic. Which is the reason why, like, how many men you see each year, black men, gets exonerated for crimes that they didn't do, and they spend 30 years or more in jail. And then when the news come out, the prosecutor held back evidence, withheld evidence, or the police put forth false evidence. Alonzo Hall, good afternoon. How are you, sir? So often that's what they do, but they got 30 years of $1 a day or $1 a week free labor. See, that's one of the reasons why, in terms of being an Israelite, if you kept the law, statutes, and commandments of God, you wouldn't even break any of the laws in society. How are they going to put you in jail? Corporations would go bankrupt, most of them, unless they had a real business, they really served the purpose, they had a great product. They couldn't make stuff for $1 and sell it for $10,000. They just can't. They would have to really go out into the market and pay equal wage or a good wage to build a product and then sell it for a reasonable profit margin where they can grow their business and build their business. But we don't really examine how we're being played, how we're being finessed. And yes, the Jews finesse us, but the other parts of white America finesse us too. And the thing is, because we tend to always want to do a quick evaluation that, well, it doesn't affect me personally, so I'm good. Until it does, right? It doesn't affect me personally, so I'm good. Which is completely the opposite approach that the Jewish people take. They defend themselves top down. We protect ourselves bottom up. If we protect ourselves top down, the weakest black person wouldn't be threatened because they know consequences come from the top down. So that little person at the bottom is safe. But because we work from the bottom up, we're weak because we're going at it from an individual perspective. And any individual can be picked off when you're going up against corporations and businesses and so forth, people that have both economic power and political influence power, and obviously money. Okay, so respect as it pertains to black people, black men specifically, I said earlier, is emotionally based. We or they feel some kind of way about it. We filter it through our emotions, and then we evaluate it as a form of disrespect. And then, well, we have to right this disrespect. We have to right this wrong. I mean, who would stand by and let that go? My My whole image of a man is bound up in this one word. And if I don't do something about it, how can I ever walk the earth in my neighborhood anywhere again? Anyone see me? Oh, it will be the end of me, my family, my children, my... Come on. Bullshit. Plain old bullshit. Part of when I was considering doing this subject and I was looking at how I was going to phrase it, I was thinking to myself, what if Black people were able to become their own nation? Would every crime be punishable by death? Give me some responses in the chat. If Black people had their own nation, own country, landmass, sovereign country, our own money, police force, medical, fire department, military, the whole nine, government, and legal system, would every crime be punishable by death? Give me a yes or no. No in between, straightforward. Yes or no. Jeffrey says, yeah, absolutely. Right on, Mr. Lee. Appreciate it. Hollywood 360, sad. Yes, it's very sad. Yes, we've been known all of this. We're very bright. We know what's going on, but there's an inert fear in us that caused us to be weak. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, let's see. I'm going to deal with this right here. J&M Dilemmas says no. Sporty says no. Hollywood says no. Wealthy Thomas says no. Elliot R, no. Jada Black, no. Polkman, nope. Okay. Definite G, no. Jemeni 2 Shush, no. Okay. I'm going to challenge that because I think the answer would be yes. And I know right now you guys would be like, that's got to be stupid, Mr. Lee. We thought you were a little bit more analytical than that, or reasonable in judgment. But let me make my point and kind of put it before you, and then you tell me, right? If somebody steps on your new sneakers in a crowded place, in a club or somewhere, what's the penalty? There's going to be a fight and it's going to escalate to go outside. And before the night is done, bullets will be flying. Now, because many of us can't shoot straight, they might shoot the wrong person, but somebody going to die. If somebody look at you the wrong way. I've heard people who are content creators that have their own channel, big channel, came out and said, spoke of, interactions that they've had, in their youth or as men, in their walk of life, where they observe another brother looking at them. And for some reason, the way they were looking at them, they needed to approach him and ask him, what are you looking at? And then, obviously, you step up to another black man and ask him what he's looking at. What kind of answer are you going to get? It's either none of your damn business or F you. Yeah, I'm looking at you. What you going to do? You think you're good with the hands? I'm good with the hands too. That's where it's going to go. Tell me I'm wrong. And what happens? Well, in my day, things were settled mostly by the hands. Today, ain't nobody good with the hands. They could pull a gun and pull the trigger. You look at my girl the wrong way. You say something about my mom. You don't know me, you don't know my mom, but he's going to say something and he say your mom. He don't even know your mom's name, but just because he inferred your mom, you're going to have to die, bro. Somebody going to have to die. Tell me I'm wrong. Everybody that said no, tell me I'm wrong. I'm waiting. You have a better car than they do. And you profiling and leaning in your car, banging the music, looking at some girl, toot your horn. Oh, you think you all that because you got a whatever? Cat, 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 cat. You trying to speed off and catch 4 bullets in the back of your head or in your body. Car runs into a light pole, water hydrant, water is flying all over the place. Cops pull up. What happened? They don't know. They think it's drive-by. Some bullshit. But a fake bullshit respect. Tell me I'm wrong. Everything I cited just now have a death penalty associated with it. And it's all based on the word respect. A phantom word that we have established to give us, no, it's not Pookie. Stop that. No, 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 no. Don't even go there. I've listened on YouTube and I've heard intelligent men who I could say I respect their points of view on many things. I am not talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. It's all black men that move this way. You know what? Let me backtrack that. It's over 90% of black men that move this way. I don't move that way. And I have checked myself on that years ago because I came into a situation where I knew I was going to have to lay a brother down. And I had to make a decision that moment. Am I going to become like the thing I say I despise and lay another brother down because I have to prove to the neighborhood that I'm a man and I should be respected? I decided I am not going to do that. And ironically, that person and I, well, we were friends. We grew up together anyway, but he did something to betray me and it became public. And, you know, I found out who it was. But we're friends now on Facebook. 40 years later. If I had acted on that, he would be dead. And sooner or later, some dude who would have witnessed it or knew who did it when he got busted for something else and he was being grilled by a detective, you're going to be like, you know what? Talking to a DA? Well, if I give you him for this crime, can you lower my case? Can you drop my charges? Can you make it a misdemeanor instead of a felony? Can you take it from 1st degree to 3rd degree? Yeah. And then one day, cops will be rolling up on me and it'll be like, goodbye, Mr. Lee. Have a good day. See you in 30 years. So what I'm saying is, why is everything for black men between each other solely based on this word respect? Something that actually we really don't give one another, but we want it from each other, right? Like I rarely see one black man give respect to the next man. And then if he felt some kind of way that another black man disrespected him, he just chuck it off and say, you know what, brother, that's all right, man. Appreciate it. And just bounce, turn your back, step, whatever. Find your way to de-escalate and sidestep the situation and move on. Barring your life, your wife's life, your children's life are on the line in a particular situation in that moment, then you have to do what you have to do. I'm not going to tell nobody to not defend themselves or their family. But so often we instigate things. You know, it's funny. It's funny that you say that. Meyer 963. Prime numbers. Well, numbers that are divided by 3 or something. I forgot the name of those numbers. There's a name for those numbers. Oh, wow. Mr. Lee, letting the secrets out. Chill. You know, we tend to act like our life is a secret. If you ever went into the Library of Congress and read any FBI old papers about black people, you would find out more about black people than you think you knew in the community, right? There's nothing that we do that isn't secret. That's why when some black women come out and they say things like, we need to do certain thing in-house, no. I think we need to resolve it publicly. It's very similar to when I used to teach at an Episcopal school, private school, English, or bilingual, I should say. And that school was a great school. But then I went to another school, and it was also a good school. But the superintendent, one day I disciplined a student, and because I did it in public in the middle of the class, after the class, they sent for me. I had a free period. And so she told me that I shouldn't do that. I should pull the child to the side, take them out into the hallway, and whatever reprimand I was going to give them, to do it that way. You guys can hear me okay? Because I'm noticing my mic, the lights have gone like a yellowish orange. So I'm not sure if it's affecting my sound. So give me a thumbs up or one if the sound is cool. It's usually green, so I'm just trying to be sure that you guys can hear me well. And I don't subscribe to private punishment, especially, when I was a teacher. So when I had the meeting with my superintendent, I told her, and she's actually the owner of the school too, right? So I told her, I said, no, I'm not going to do it that way. I say, when I reward students, I reward them publicly in the class so everybody can see it and they could get the recognition and the applause and congratulations from their classmates. And when they misbehave, I'm going to, whatever punishment or discipline I'm going to give them, I'm going to do it so all the students can see it also. So they can see that I'm even and balanced. If I take you out into the hallway and do something private, you don't know what I did. I could just tell you, stand out here for 5 minutes, come in with a sad face and look like I said something to you that you didn't like. And one of the things that I found, and kids are very smart, right? One of the things I found with a lot of my kids, they always used to ask me, who's my favorite? Who's my favorite? And especially students who are honor roll students who average 91 or higher, 95, 100, virtually every semester, top of their class. The students who misbehave were always looking to see if when those bright students misbehave, would I punish them the same way that I would punish the not so honored students? Or would I be more easy and contrite with them because, oh, they're a good student, they really don't mess up, so you know what, I can let it go because it's only one time? No. When they do it just at one time, it's important that I punish them and reprimand them for that event. Because what it does is the student who feels like teachers are always picking on me, they can see that, oh, Mr. Lee punished you just like he punished me last week. He punished you too. And you get an A on everything. Yeah. And that's how kids can see what you're doing. And I think as Black people, we have to stop trying to hide everything in a corner thinking nobody know what we're the most disheveled, disorganized, not together. Well, we speak about together in unity a lot, but the most not together people, I'm not going to say on the planet because I don't know every group on the planet, but as it pertains to the United States and all immigrant groups that are there. So, for us to try to say we're going to do all this in private and we don't need our dirty laundry being shown to the public. Our dirty laundry is in the public. What are you talking about? Everybody know everything about us. That's how they know how to manipulate us, because we don't keep any secrets. Everything for us is public. But then when another brother, say like myself, or another brother calls something out, oh, now it's time for, we can't talk about this because there's a white person here, or a Middle Eastern person here, or Asian person here. We need to discuss this and handle this in-house. If we could have handled it in-house, we would have been handled it in-house. That's the point. If we could have handled it in-house, it would have been handled in-house. And the reason why it never gets solved is because we don't want to do it publicly. We want to do it privately. And we both know that when it comes to private, what do people do when it comes to private? They brush things under the rug. They pay people off in some form of favor. And whatever the problem was, continues. So I'm coming into the conclusion. So as I was saying, what I'm saying with regard to this whole situation, everything is tied up into this ego of respect. At least that's the word that we use to light the fire under us to do something or to get justice, right? Because respect, when we act upon respect, it's a form of justice that we're seeking, I would think. So I've been trying to think about, like, what is the cause of this and why do we behave this way? Why we can't get respect anywhere else in the world, and then we take it out on each other, on ourselves. And what I realized is the one thing that we got left as men. Who can tell me what that one thing is that we have left as men? A lot of brothers are participating real good today. Mateo, I'm not sure. Are you a woman? Is this a woman? The picture looked androgynous, so I can't tell if it's a male or a female. If you are a man, I'm not trying to offend you. So, but you have a lot to say, it seemed like. And you're getting into a lot of technical jargon. I don't think all that is necessary. I think a lot of people are very familiar. But I think like black men in America, right? We tend to want to make white people like us. That was part of what the civil rights movement kind of showed. That once white people allowed us to come into the civil part of the society, their part of the world, we dropped everything and just bounce. The black basketball leagues, boom, got rid of that. The black baseball leagues, boom, got rid of that. Any black bottling companies, bus companies, any black supermarkets, black farms, we stopped buying from black farms. So they were struggling and the government weren't giving them money like they give other farmers. So we abandoned the very thing that would have made us strong. What the open society would have offered us was the ability for us to compete and sell our goods, or access to buy higher quality goods. But we didn't see that. We missed that. Yes, there's a lot of things going on, Mateo, with regard to South Sudan and the Arabs and so forth. But and fighting for justice is a very challenging thing that needs to be done. Don't dominate the chat like this. I'm not sure if you're a robot or a bot, but if you want to have a conversation, be mindful of other people in this conversation and don't try to take the conversation where you want to go. I have a subject I'm discussing. If you want to participate in this particular subject, appreciate it. If you want to bring something else up where we can talk about it, you can ask JR or you can even ask me. I can give you an email and you can send an email to me, give me your material. I can review it. And if I decide to speak on it, then I can do so. But don't come in with some side subject and then try to dominate and, bombard the chat in the way in which you're doing. You're being disrespectful. So don't do that. If you're a man, that's why I asked you, are you a man? Because men shouldn't be disrespectful to other men like that. You don't have to get him out of the chat. I've given him a clear warning. Let's see how he responds. And if he responds as a man, respectfully, then we'll see how he continues. If not, we'll just get rid of you. Okay. You are not a man. Okay. So this is a female. It's a female man or it's a female. And I usually don't attract females like this. So I would think it's a female man. So you could go ahead and time him out, give him a few minutes to think about his emotional behavior. And partly this is what I'm dealing with, but this person is just being a little bit belligerent. So if he comes back after being timed out, then we'll boot him all together. But let him consider his female behavior and see if he decides to, act more manly. Okay, so I asked a question before I got sidetracked by Mateo's comments. I asked the question, what it is that black men lack. The last thing that black men is trying to hold on to as a sense of power. And who was it? Truth above all. Definitely a good name for the answer, and I guess for this topic. Yeah, go ahead and time out Mateo. Whoever has a wrench, or JR, if you're there, go ahead and time him out or time her out. I'm not sure which. You have to understand, over here, there are men. So, like this statement right here, yeah, I guess you mean you are beta males, okay? You is singular, males is plural. Beta is your subject. Learn to write. Really? That's why I know you're not a female, because females write way better than this. Learn to write, please, and spell. Not dignity, not respect, because we're dealing with the issue of respect and why we use respect as a justification for the violence that we perpetrate against each other and how we act so feminine, or we use our emotions to be our barometer on what we choose. But in actuality, it's our manly dignity. It's the only form of manly dignity that we have as a people. We don't have any power in the society. We don't own and run any corporations that we could hire our own. All of us work for somebody else. Even if you get paid $100 million, you're still working for somebody else, because if you open your fucking mouth, they will spank your ass. And they spank you publicly. They don't take you in private. A lot of people are saying, hey, why didn't the Nets, the Asian guy, why didn't he take Kyrie in the back and just call him up and talk to him? No, they do it publicly. Because there's a benefit for public correction. It not only helped the person you're correcting, but it helped those who are watching. And if your objective is not to correct, but to create fear and to declaw you, it works even better. To take a man that becomes one of the richest black men on earth, and then in a matter of weeks, bring him down to, I wouldn't say average, but to make him just in the crowds of millionaire when he was in rubbing shoulders with billionaires months earlier. For those of us who are up and coming, whether we're in tech, whether you on a platform or whatever business you're running, when you see that, well, it's not necessarily all on paper, because he said he had 145 million in JP Morgan Chase when he cited the disrespect that he had. And you have to understand, if you're a billionaire, you can't keep all of your billions liquid. Nobody does that, right? Nobody does that. There are different classification of assets, right? You have liquid assets and you have illiquid assets. Liquid assets can either be cash, money market, CDs, things that can be converted to cash quickly. Illiquid assets could be properties, machinery, technology, things that can't be easily converted into cash, but have a cash value once liquidated, right? Just so you get more aware. So we can't just make statements like that. Anyone that has $1 billion and they have it in cash in the bank is an idiot. And no one that has $1 billion would be an idiot. Think before you speak. So with dignity, manly dignity, the only thing we have to hold on to as black men, it is easy to be able to assess why everything hinges upon respect. But because we have never created a criteria for what is respect as a black man, and the reason why we haven't really created what is respect as a black man, is because we haven't looked at what is the respect for black people that we demand from other people. So we deal with respect on a one-on-one basis. When people say the crab in the barrel mentality, that type thing, right? We only deal with respect here, where I can see it. You look at me the wrong way, which I don't know what that means, right? Because you're looking in that direction. They have to be looking back at you to even know that you're looking at them. But for whatever reason, you're the one that's wrong, because they're looking at you too, but they're not the one in the wrong. You're the one in the wrong. So that's a calculus, right? You're looking at me, I'm looking at you, but you're wrong for looking at me. So now I'm going to correct you so you don't look at me. Like black men are supposed to be walking around like this, afraid of other black men in the community. I can't look at you that way because you might be offended. How emotional is that? How insecure is that? It's a problem. Now, let's look at that in contrast, right? You know what? Oh, 1 second. Thanks, Malik. Hollywood 360 said, women raise men. I've said this before, women have always raised men. So the thing is that women don't have the guidance of men when they raise their children. That is true. But it's further than that, because this goes back even further in our life as black people, when men were in the house too. It has to do with the only selfish respect that we have left as men. Like I said, we don't have any power in the society. We don't have political power. We don't have organizational power. We don't have corporate power, business power, scientific power, ingenuity power, discovery power. Even technologies that we create and discover and build, it's for a corporation that we work for, and they get it all. They get the patents, they get everything, right? So well, this is a trend. I think it's been trending for quite some time. I think with the manosphere now, the Black manosphere, I think that trend will start to plateau, because I think Black men who are evaluating what is how they can improve themselves and be better, understand the dynamics of having children outside of wedlock and how it can retard their growth economically through child support and different things. So they're starting to now make better changes. And then for the guys who are the Pookies and Ray Rays, as we may say, who are proliferating this type of behavior, and the women who deal with them, I mean, I'm not looking to change them. And the thing about benefits, it's like, if your bills are $2,000 a month and you make 10 grand a month, you can buy expensive clothes, tailor-made clothes. You could take nice vacation, buy yourself, nice watches. You could splurge. But then if your bills double and your bills go to 5,000 and now you're only making 10,000, then there are a lot of things that you may have used to spend your money on that were just kind of frivolous spending, entertainment. You start to cut back on those things. And America is going into that trend. We're already in inflation, and we already have 9% inflation or 8% and change inflation, and a recession is coming. Some people say we're already in it. I would think we are as well. But those benefits will start to get cut. They may not go all zero, like from where it is to zero, but little by little, they're going to be some backstep. And they're going to cut things little by little until maybe in the next decade and a half, 15 years, it may be gone altogether. Okay, Gerald D says that we have political power, but we use it incorrectly. So if we use it incorrectly, that means we don't really use it at all, because a wrong answer is a wrong answer. All right? That's why I used to tell my students, it's better to put an answer and get it wrong than not do anything at all, because that's automatically wrong, right? But what you're saying there is absolutely right. The thing is that we don't ask for nothing or demand anything. Had we even been with the Democratic Party, if we held them accountable to get what we want, the very election we didn't get what we want, we withheld our votes and moved someplace else. Teach them a lesson. See, we don't make people pay. The only people we make pay is us. We are good at holding each other accountable as Black men. And basically what that means, you disrespect me, well, judgment is passed. The price for disrespect is you got to die. And that's why I'd asked the question earlier, if we had a nation and if we were our own nation of people, would every law be punishable by death if someone broke the law? Because if respect was based on how we structured our society, every law would be the death penalty. Because that's the way we move. When do you see a brother say, you know what, bro? I'm sorry, bro. I misinterpreted. It's cool. You know what? Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. I was feeling some kind of way and I just overreacted. Appreciate it. Take it easy. Have a good day. Bounce. We don't never do that. We only know one way, up. Escalate, escalate, escalate. And those who are watching around us, instigate, instigate, instigate. And they know where it's going to go. And then later they'll be the same one talking about Black violence in the community, yada, yada, yada. Well, marching is effective. But the thing is that we don't have organizational structure when we march, that when someone have to speak for what it is that we want for why we march, we don't have that. We just have the actionable part, but we don't have the diplomatic negotiation part for what we want. That's what we lack. Like right now, if you look in Europe, in Poland, in Hungary, in France, what's the president name in France? Something Macron. I don't remember his name, French name. Oh, Macron. He might be getting out. He might not even be the prime minister or the president for long. You should see the marches over there. I saw a march with 70,000 people in the streets, bro. Macron. Thanks, J-Boss. And Delmas, J&M, Delmas. Thank you, guys. You guys be on it. Appreciate it. No, but so marching can be effective. So let's not act as though it doesn't have effective power. Coming into the streets in large numbers shake political positions. But then we have to have those who can sit in those negotiation room and stand up and fight for black people, as opposed to have a bunch of females, alphabets, take the money and and run. But then anything they stand up and fight for is for, gender, whatever. Nothing that pertains to the solid parts of the black community, black men and black women who are heterosexual. Like, our rights doesn't matter. It's non-existent at this point. So really, that's part of our big issue. Another thing is that we really don't defend or come to the aid of a black person or persons when they're being attacked. We usually just sit on the sidelines, or we find ways to justify what he or she has been accused of, he is guilty of. But then we'll always come out and say, innocent until proven guilty. We don't behave that way. Yes, if we did that, not only will we shock the political world, we would change our world. We would totally empower ourselves. But it's hard to move in one accord. It seems like only when we're oppressed, when we have no choice, all right, hell, what the hell? We'll do it now. But as soon as the pressure is off, we go back to fucking bullshit. We are in a country where we had a black president. He wasn't a black president. He was mulatto. And that's another thing too, right? The definition, if we're going to go by this term black people, who is black, we need to really determine who is black. Because the last time there was a black definition, well, actually not the last time, the time before the last time that there was a black definition, it was one drop of black blood. We didn't make that criteria. That was used as an exclusionary for how white people wanted to not include half-breeds into their demographic, their race of people. So they pushed them over to us. And now we run with this bullshit that, one drop of black blood. So if that was the case, when you go to what's the name? Salvation Army, and you donate your blood, and a white person gets 2 or 3 pints of your blood for heart transplant, kidney situation, major surgery from an accident, and they get a couple of pints of black blood, does that make them now black? See the simplicity in that? No, they're not black. So we need to really define for us what is black. That's a hard and much difficult conversation for much because, we still have a lot of emotions in us. So I know what that conversation would look like. I will not participate in that. It would have to be some cold-hearted dudes sitting at that desk for me to ever participate. And I'm a cold-hearted dude. So I'll say that, right? I can be ice when I need to be ice. But where was I? We justify the attack when people attack us. We kind of throw our hands up and say, thank the Lord it's not me. Too bad for him. He should have just shut his mouth. All the things we say about Kanye and Kyrie. We just don't 100% back. It's like so many successful black men, whether they're in sports or music or other forms of entertainment or just business, and they work with other white Jewish people. They're waiting to see some type of Jewish dissent where there could be an opposing voice that can say, no, what they're saying is correct, and we need to check this. See, with Jewish people, they're like, well, even if they think black people are right, they just ain't gonna say nothing. They just not gonna say nothing. So for the ones who are speaking up, who is accusing us, even if there are Jews among them who would want to side with us or speak up on our behalf, they know that there are consequences for them in business too. So they're not going to come out against you, but they're not going to come out for you. They just sit back and be like, I'm going to sit this one out, see how it rolls out. Hollywood 360. I think you came up once before. We talked months ago. I believe so. Your face looked recognizable. You have some pretty insightful comments sometimes, but what I would say is black men are very good at the backhanded slap, which is like a low-key insult. Is it possible that sometimes we can find ways to not be so drop that hammer? Like, let up a little easy, right? I know your intent. I know what you mean, right? But sometimes to prove our point, we always tend to want to always overemphasize. Tend to make it look like there's no hope, right? But I know what you mean. Never been up. Oh, you never been up? Okay. My mistake. Thought your face looked familiar. And I'm getting ready to start to sum up. So for anyone who would like to come up and expand this conversation a little bit more, either give me some pushback or give me your point of view and broaden the conversation. I would love to have that. So if you're interested in coming up, any of the men, make sure you have a camera that's working. Cam up, come in the back chat, and I'll start bringing people up. So, my suggestion is, would it be possible for us to put a moratorium on the word respect as it pertains to black man to black man? And for every time a black man go at another black man where it's apparent that there's a respect challenge, if there's another black man present, can that black man step in to try to neutralize that respect thing? Can we put like a 10-year moratorium on the word respect as it pertains to black man to black man? And then let's try to find a way how we can link up, Transformers style, where we could come together on the bigger things that are important, and where we could get respect from the immigrant communities that come into our communities and profit off of us. We don't have to be violent. We don't have to be threatening, but we can approach them as a community group, 3 or 4 people, and say, look, you've been in this community since I was a kid, 15, 20 years. You have never done anything to benefit us. You have 30 days to change that. And if you don't, we will put you out of business. See, one of the reasons why, and I was looking at this also, one of the reasons why the dollar only lasts 6 to 8 hours in our community is because every store that we spend with is a foreigner. It's math. It's simple math. Every store in our community that we spend with is a foreigner. So they don't feel no kind of way to give money back into the community. Gerald D, no violence needed. Just use the power we have in the current system. You need to dig into that a little bit more and let me know what that power is, because power is a generic term, can be interpreted many ways. So power being your subject there, tell me what that power is and how you break that down on how we can use it. Because it might be something else. I might be thinking something else. So just so we're thinking of the same thing. Or you might actually be adding something to what I'm thinking, and then we can add to the conversation. All right. So, yeah. So, I mean, we could do that. Like with the Kanye thing and with the Kyrie thing, stop watching all the games, all NBA games. Shut them down. Don't buy nothing NBA. A lot of players are gonna have to suffer if their sneakers ain't selling, if their gear ain't selling. But you know, if you want power, you're gonna have to suffer a little bit. So you're not gonna be wearing the most current, chicest threads to make you look good for 30 days, for 90 days, for 60 days, whatever. If it empowers your group where you get respect from other nations, thereby you don't have to have all this stress trying to get respect from every brother you meet, because now you chill. Ain't nobody fucking with you. When you see another brother, yo, what's up, man? I'm doing good, man. How you doing? You all right? I'm good. You don't have to be looking at, like, what you looking at? No, you be like, yo, you see what I see? Yeah, I see what you see. We can move better. But sometimes it may take a little bit of sweat. The thing is that if we were on code, we wouldn't even have to say the word. We don't have to say the word boycott. We don't have to say shit. We just move. We know what it is. Just move. The minute it happens, turn off ESPN. Cancel your subscription. Don't write them. Don't ask them. Don't beg them. Hurt their pockets. Put them out of business. And then when white people can't make money off it, you know what they're going to do? We're going to sell this business. And then black billionaires go in and buy it up cheap. And then we run it. And then we go back and we patronize it. Boom. Black people now got power. We got business. We got organizations. Strategy. But we don't want to sweat. We got to get the latest shoe, latest watch, latest whatever. We don't have to come out and say, oh, we're going to protest the NBA or the Nets and their games. No. Viewing audience. See, when viewing audience drop in these things, you know what that means? That means the commercials where the companies who are trying to sell their wares ain't no eyes to show it to. If there's no eyes to show it to, guess what happens? They pull their commercials. That means those networks lose money. They lose money. You know what happened? Hey, we're not going to broadcast NBA anymore because we ain't making no money. They're going to be like, wait a minute. What's the problem? Oh, you keep fucking with black people. That's the problem. They'll be bending over backwards. Let me tell you, man, all we have to do is shake earnings for the next 2 quarters. All we have to do is shake earnings for the next 2 quarters. It will send reverberations through Wall Street. That's my home ground. I know it. Good point, but bad point. The game has changed. White people don't move the way they used to move in the 60s. The game has changed. That's part of our problem. The 60s is old. Nobody used landlines anymore. Everybody used cell phones, smartphones. Matter of fact, the people from the 60s, most of them are not alive, and if they are, they're too old. And their methodologies don't work today. You see Reverend Al Sharpton, he's one of those leftovers from that period. When we see him, what do we see? Coon, sellout, transportation boycott. Yes, all of these things that you're saying, if we know it work, why do we need a leader to come out and say, hey, let's do this? Why do we say be on code? What the hell does that mean? If you're on code, nobody has to tell you the code because everybody knows the code. We just have to act. The Jewish people, they be on code. Step to them the wrong way. They don't need nobody to come out and be a leader to tell them to be on code. We don't need a leader. Thank you. That's what I want to see. Now you're talking. Just do it. Cut off every company that's associated with the NBA. They make sneakers. They make jerseys. They make Gatorade power drinks. Whatever the hell they make, cut them off. Drop sales by 30% in the next 60 days by January. That's a problem right there, Denzel. I don't see that. I'm talking about black people empowerment. I'm not talking coalitions. Coalitions don't benefit us. Because verbiage like minority and people of color, it doesn't say black first, then minority, then people of color. That's not how it goes. When you use those coalition terms, minorities and people of color get served first, and then we get the leftovers and they profit off of our sufferings. I don't have any problem against immigrants. I'm one. But I understand the dynamic. I grew up around black people all my life, black Americans. I see what goes on. I've been part of it. I'm speaking up for what I see and some of what I've experienced and much of what I know. And you know what? We all don't have to do the same thing. Some people will, some people will pick sneakers. Some people will pick jerseys. Some people will pick the power drinks. Some people will cancel their subscriptions. But if you have 4 or 5 million black people, male and females, moving in this way, it's going to fuck up the economy of the United States. And if they're in a recession, the last thing they need, this is the time our power can be flexed now. It would have an exponential effect because the economy is going this way. It's not going this way. See, that's what you call strategic. If we stop just getting upset, arguing in all these, what was that I was watching the other clubhouse rooms and all these different things. Sit down with your wife, your girlfriend, your friends. Say, you know what? Hey, let's pick a company. This company makes X. Okay, cool. We're just not going to buy anything for the next 3 months. None of their products. If every black person understood that, well, see, Gerald D., I just thought we were seeing eye to eye, and then you fell off. You have to understand, the movement that changed world events happened with small groups. Focus group, consistent group. 40 million black people ain't gonna do shit. You need maybe 10%, 4 million black people, 5 million black people. That is what gonna make the change. And when the change and the shift is in full effect, then the others will come along. We always say things like, people are sheeple. See, saying the word without understanding how it really applies in society, it's like a parrot. They just utter words without no understanding or meaning. And I'm not trying to call you a parrot, but I don't know where in stage of your life you are as a man, but all of anything don't move together. Rarely. We think all Jewish people move together because we don't see dissension. The problem with us is that we are so quick to dissent from one another. That's our problem. Other people don't have that problem. That's our problem. But we're not going to see 40 million black people do crap. It ain't going to happen. And if you wait for that, then hang out for another 100 years. We're going to be in slavery. Batten down the hatch is going to be rough. We need 10%. That's all. And we just have to be willing to grit our teeth and bite into it and don't let go. Like a pit bull does. Yes. Okay. No, I'm using, partially what I do is that I also use things that I see that are outlined in the chat. I use it both for edification too, not just to come at you, right? So if you have to be the student that I call to the front of the room and say, okay, solve this problem. Show me where the subject verb agrees, right? You're the student that I used to do that. I didn't mean anything by it, right? So don't take it any kind of way. But yes, I know you know that. I would assume that you know that, right? So don't worry about it. Yes, Myers 963, we should have been 80 to 90 million. But that was part, that was part of our mistake too, as men. And I think as this whole manosphere space and how black men are starting to move and grow in understanding and understand how what we do set the stage not only for what happens in the world, but what happens in our community. Taking back leadership means that we're going to have to be the one to put ourselves out for the risk first. And it's weird because sometimes I see women tend to be more aggressive in trying to take steps more so than men. And that's, for me, that's problematic. I'm not saying that women shouldn't support us. Absolutely. But they shouldn't be out front. That's problematic. Obama didn't get the black vote. It doesn't matter when he got it, he got it. And that's my point that I was trying to make earlier, that he's not a black man in any sense of the word. He's a mulatto. And this is because in the United States, they don't teach you about mulatto. We just know mixed race. It's not really a term. It's mulatto. It's a classification, right? If you read Spanish, you should go look at some of the early writings that, the early Spaniards, how they classified the society, the colonials did before they left the Americas. And it give you some real good classification on how they see the various breakdown of mixtures with white, Indian and black and white, and so forth, right? Greetings to Sage, the man, or Sage Man Lee, AG. What's up, man? Thanks for coming by. So, as I was saying, what I would like to see is that we put a moratorium on the word respect as it pertains to black men, to one another, find ways to de-escalate, to try to walk away from the situation. Just like sometimes how if you're about to get into a fight, your woman would pull you away, but if your woman is not there, who pulls you away? You understand that I'm more powerful if he survives, right? Let me say that again. I'm more powerful if he survives. He being the other black man that's standing in front of me. So if I could find a way to neutralize the situation or de-escalate the situation and I can walk away, 2 black lives have been saved. One is not dead and the other is not in prison. Something I just thought of? What if every rapper, every athlete, every black movie star was able to go to those corporations and say, those multi-million, $60 million, $100 million insurance policies you have on us, we get 50%. Let me say that again. What if every black movie star, black entertainer, black athlete, where these corporations insure you, whoever you are, $60 to $100 million. Obviously, you don't get to retire, so that, you wind up dying. They get a paycheck. They don't lose nothing. They can't put themselves as the sole beneficiary. You or your parent or your child or children, any dependent that you decide should be that, must be a beneficiary on that contract in the event of my death. Because what they're doing, they're using you as just a product, that if the product is damaged, they get compensated for the damaged product. But you're not a product, you're a person, you're a talent. And if they want to be able to profit from your death, then you will both profit. J&M Delmas. Okay, Lee, explain this to me. Come again, Mr. Lee. Obama is not black. Okay. Well, The reason why I say Obama is not black because he's a half-breed. His mother is white and his father is African. He was raised by white people. So even his mental is not black. The mental connection between him and us, non-existent. He became a community activist as a strategy to launch his career. That was a business strategy. He had to learn the terrain by which he was going to use to propel himself to gain in the world. That was a strategy. That's why I say again, black people, and the only people who call themselves by color, black people, we need to determine and set the definition as what is black. White people can't do that. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up because you remind me what I had started to say and didn't complete, right? White people initially said that if you have one drop of black blood, you're black. You're not one of us, one of them being white, right? But then lately, another definition was given to black people to determine if he's black or not, right? And we all saw it publicly, and we took that diss, that slap in the face. See, this is why I say we talk so much shit. We know how to take power and get power, but we don't want to sweat. We don't want to sweat. We don't want to be offended or put any self-imposed actions that may cause us any discomfort for any period of time other than taking a shit in a bathroom, because that's a pain in the ass, literally, for some people, right? But more recently, less than 4 years ago, when Joe Biden went on the Breakfast Club and said, if you don't vote for me, you are not black, that was a new definition of black. That was a new definition of black. See, if we were on code, because this phantom code that we talk about, we never use it. We talk about this phantom code that we never use, but then if we're sitting on a chat panel and then a foreigner is on the panel, the first, and somebody says something that perceived to be black inside information, well, we can't be discussing this amongst, right? When he said that, Joe Biden, Trump should have won with 100 million votes. Nobody should have voted for his ass. He would have respected us. See, one of the things about white people, they respect their enemies. If you fight back, they respect you. If you don't fight back, you're a pussy. Nobody respects a pussy. That's just the way it is. I mean, and we know that from the hood. If anything, we know that from the hood. Well, it was black women that really nominated Kamala Harris as black, right? I don't think black men really pushed that. Black women pushed that because it was in their best interest. There's some selfish ass, but hey, you know, power protects its own, and that's what they were doing. So I'm not going to hold that against them. You know, women are going to move the way they want to move to protect the things that they got so they don't lose it. If we want to take power, we're going to have to move to do it ourselves. We can. Are we looking to sweat a little bit? Are we looking to be uncomfortable a little bit? We've been uncomfortable all our fucking lives. Like, if somebody said to you, if you could work for the next 1 year, 7 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, 5 days a week, and at the end of that 1 year, your net worth will be $50 million. Would you do it? Would you do it? Most people wouldn't do it. They would find an excuse for why they couldn't do it. And then they will shit on the person who was able to do it. J&M Delmas, you said hell yeah. When I was growing up, as teenagers, we used to say shit like, if somebody gave me $1 million, I could run from here to here and here in 3 minutes or whatever, right? People say a lot of things before the challenge is put to them. But when they have to actually step into the challenge, one, sign me up. Okay, we're going to see. But, working in sales really showed me that a lot of people think they have what it takes, but once they have to really do the work, they don't have what it takes. And really what it takes come from having a strong mind, because doubt and courage reside in the same house. Doubt and courage reside in the same house. So I think very few people would take the challenge. And I think even less that would make it. Trey, 05. That's easy, I'm assume, and safe, compound statement. Easy and safe, Lee. I'm not sure what you mean by what's easy and safe. Clarify, just so I can understand what you meant by that. If it's the challenge that I hypothetically placed, I don't think it's easy or safe. I think most people will consider it easy until they try to do it. Because there's a certain discipline that it takes to get up every day, be at work at 7, work straight through till 7, go home, do what you have to do, be up again at 7 and do it for a year straight. When I became a teacher, a bilingual teacher, I didn't really have no real teaching training experience. I mean, I've trained my assistant and I've trained other workers in sales and so forth, in my overall career. And when my brothers and sisters were young, I used to teach them. But, I was still a young boy myself then too. But what I did was I had to be at work at 6:30 every day. I was at work at 6 o'clock every day. School over at 3 o'clock, and I didn't leave until 7 o'clock every day. I did that for 2 years. I became the number one teacher in the entire school. Respected from the director, the vice principal, all my colleagues. Kids love me, and their parents. And when I say the kids love me, it's because over time, right? You know how kids are. They hate you in the beginning, especially if you give them a lot of assignments. They'll hate you. But over time, they'll like you. Because kids want to have somebody that they can respect and look up to. And they will check your character and see if you be slipping. So if you be slipping, they're going to see you fake. And they're not going to respect you. One of my smartest class said to me after my first year, because they tried to, play a fast one on me, and I checked the class. They said to me, Mr. Lee, at first we weren't really going to do your homework and stuff because we know we get so many teachers every new year in English. We didn't think you were going to last. They were playing the odds, the long game. They almost failed a year. Fuck with me if you want to. I checked them real fast. I had a meeting with them, their parents, everything, and I tell them how I run a ship. Gave them all my rules. And then the kids, they stepped up and they did good. And they were one of my best graduating class. Some of my smartest students came out of my 8th, 9th, what was that? 7th, 8th, and 9th grade class that I first started when I started teaching. Smart kids. So I think, we really need to, as men, when I say leaders lead, what does that really mean? Who can give me in short form, when I say the term leaders lead, what does that mean? Or what do you interpret it? How do you interpret that? Well, COVID was a blip, J&M Delmas. It was a blip in our entire society because, obviously, if you look what's the fallout repercussions and what's going on with the WEA, WFO, IMF, and so forth, that there are global institutions that are trying to shift the world. And the crisis was for them to be able to do that. So, sometimes you may have to take a step back to then go forward. So once you find your footing, how are you going to move forward, then get back on track, right? Sometimes stumbling is not necessarily a bad thing. It's to kind of get you to look up, check your surroundings, make sure what you have set in place actually will work, or if you need to recalibrate, and then step forward again. So ideal leaders. Now, Jay Boss. Leaders lead. What does that mean? They lay plans and lead by example. Black Lexion. Absolutely. That's it right there. Leaders lead by example. Plain and simple. If you claim you're a leader and you think you're a leader, you have to do it first. That means you have to have courage in the presence of fear. People who are leaders doesn't mean they're not afraid. They just mean they're not going to let the fear debilitate them and stop them. They do it in spite of the fear. And I think that's sometimes something that we may have lost in terms of fully understanding how to flex with leadership. Doesn't mean that you're not afraid. It just means that you're going to use the courage that's in you to override the fear that is in you, right? Doubt lives in the same place where optimism is. We just have to be willing to put in the work. So I've gone over a lot. We're emotional. We deal with respect a lot different than how other nations deal with it. They deal with it from top down. We deal with it from bottom up. And the highest it goes in our community is if at worst we disrespect the most successful of us that achieve things that we have never achieved and probably could never achieve. So we disrespect them from afar. And Lord forbid, if somebody come after them, they can destroy them. Oh, now you're going to be back down here with me. You ain't all that bad. So we glorify that, right? We always welcome the destruction of other black men back into the fold because now you're broke just like us. You ain't that bad. All that success you made, you couldn't shut your mouth and get your bag. You had to speak up. Now you look like a fool. You're back down here with us. Who you think you are, right? So that's how we are. We're quick to check each other for trying to achieve, trying to succeed, trying to be powerful, trying to lead by example. We're the first to be the ones to hope and wish and pray for their downfall. And even when the enemy that we know is an enemy come after them, we find a way to justify supporting the enemy just so because we don't like his white wife. What the fuck that got to do with anything? Like you ain't never fucked a white girl in your life. If you haven't, then maybe you don't have the ability. But if you could, you probably would. So stop. I've fucked many white girls. I wouldn't marry one, but I fucked a lot of them. So like, he chose who he wanted to marry. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Brothers are flying overseas and may wind up getting with Korean girls, Japanese girls, Filipino girls, African girls, Latino girls. Like, we got to stop this bullshit, bro. Don't like a man because he married a woman that was considered a 304. Ain't nobody in the black community marrying no goddamn virgins. Every woman you marry is a 304. How long she was on that carousel, that may be debatable. So your wife only had 50 bodies and his wife had 75. Potato, potato. I think we should not always look for ways to discredit each other. And we should look for ways to uplift one another. And if at worst we can't find nothing that we think is good about that person, shut the fuck up. White people do it. When a white Jew can't sit or can't support what their brothers are doing, before they speak out and condemn their brother, they just shut the fuck up. They're not out there tearing down each other. See, we look for an excuse to tear each other down. He made a bad decision. You ain't never made a bad decision? Like the woman you married? Oh, no, you didn't marry. You just had 4 kids out of wedlock. But he married a whore, had them in marriage, took care of them. He's the bad guy. And you got 3 baby mamas and 4 kids. And he's the fool. So we can find ways to nit and pick to justify the destruction of ourselves. Because every time a black man gets destroyed, I mean, you heard what Kanye said, right? He said if 4 black men is in a car and the driver doesn't have a license, everybody get arrested. If 1 black man succeeds, it's just him. Nobody else get praise. So they look at us as a unit anyway. So why don't we just move like a unit when we have to? We don't have to move like ants every day, right? Like ants. You ever seen ants in the spring? In 3-4 days, they will cut down a whole bunch of bush and move it to the other side to build their nest wherever they build it. And if you're like a real mean ass, you would just take your foot and kick the whole, 10,000 ants and just destroy their walkway. You come back 2 hours later, they reestablish everything and they're just moving. They don't be thinking, oh man, humans are so racist. They don't even like us. They don't think like that. They don't know what happened. They just know 10,000 ants just got destroyed. That whole thing that they was making just got destroyed. You know what they do? They send out 12,000 ants and they refix it. And when you come back 2 hours later, you got to step over that whole thing again or you're going to kick it again. See, I have a little respect for animals, except the mosquitoes. I don't like mosquitoes, right? But even mosquitoes, I don't really smack them. What I do is I'll put on the repellent so they can't even bother me. But I'm just saying that sometimes, like if we just look at animals just focus. Especially if you're looking at wasps, bees, and ants. When they're building their homes or whatever they're doing, there's no distraction, bro. Nobody got to tell them the code. Nobody is a leader saying, this way, this way. Black Lexicon, courage plus faith is the anti-venom for fear. I would say it's definitely a formula. The thing is faith is spiritual, so then what faith is it built upon? So that's another conversation, right? Courage is just psychological perception, just like fear. Well, not all fears are psychological, but a lot of them are. So I'm hoping that a couple of people will come up because I'm starting to get to the near the end of what this whole conversation was about today. And ponder what I'm proposing. Bring it up in other chat rooms when you're on a panel or in a conversation and you see brothers act all kind of way. Brothers are throwing lobbing bombs for the sake of it, challenging people. because we know when someone like is being underhanded, like a sneak diss, right? We know when people are doing that, but we should not, one, encourage it, and two, we should not just sit by. If you are mentally aware and you know what they're doing, check it. Say, come on, man, we're having a good conversation over here. That's where you're going to go with that? Maybe you should step down off the panel for a minute, and cool your head. And if you need to, use my name. Say, man, Mr. Lee's show last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever, you should check out his show. Because you know what? If we want to really be powerful and stop complaining, we got to stop talking about being on code and just be the code. Because when I look in the chat, everybody seems to know what to do. The question is, why nobody doing shit? Fear. The inability to impose any kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Self-deprivation. Ye shall not be infringed upon. That's why I said, if somebody told you that you could work from 7 to 7, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 years, and at the end of that 2 years, you'll be worth $50 million or more, very few people would take the challenge, and even less would succeed. Now, a lot of people would probably say yes, but they won't. It's the same reason why we know what to do, but it's like we're waiting for somebody to, like we're landing planes and we got those flags and we're calling the plane to line up so he can roll down the runway. We just have to act. Pick a company related to the NBA, whatever you want, and crush them. Tell all your friends, men friends. This has got to be something that's led by men. Okay, 1 year, no problem. 1 year. J&M Delmas, 1 year. 1 year is fine. Most successful disciplines can be achieved in 6 months. But 1 year, you're locked. It's like when I was in engineering and I worked at the nuclear facility in Illinois, right? I used to have to be at work at 6:30 in the morning. The parking lot was bigger than like 3 football fields. There were 2 parking lots. There was one right near the entrance where you could just park your car in less than 5 minutes. You could walk in. But the big one was way over the hill on the other side. And in the winter, if you parked over there, that hawk is going to be blowing in Illinois, right? So I used to have to get up at 4:30 every morning to do what I got to do. And I used to carpool with my buddy. And I used to drive most of the times. So I go pick him up and we drive to work together. But we would get there at 6 o'clock. You'll find enough space on the lower parking lot. It's an open parking lot. And we would check in and get to work. And my days were 12-hour days. We worked from 6:30 to 6:30. I did that for 4 years. To this day, I never need an alarm clock. I don't sleep more than 4 hours. I could go out and party and get home at 3 a.m, and I'm going to wake up after drinking 7, and my drinks are straight. Over here, they call it Cinta Negra. I drink Johnny Walker Black, right? Cinta Negra is the Spanish name. I drink 7 of those and probably 2 or 3 shots of tequila. And I would come home, go to sleep, and I'd wake up 7:30 without an alarm. And I left the industry in engineering back in 1986. And my body is trained that way. So the training is not just the discipline for the skills you will develop. It's also the training of your mind and the automated systems on how your body work. because what happens is develop life skills, life disciplines. So 1 year is fine. But what I did when I became a top teacher, I did it for 2 years. The first year I was really good, but by the time I completed my second year, there was nobody that can sit next to me, right? Most teachers, they get an assignment from a student, 10 questions and answers. They just put a check mark at the top of the page, put 100. The kids don't know what's right, what's wrong. I read everything. I grade everything. And then I have a spreadsheet that it goes in on my computer. And the first time I had to pull up that spreadsheet for my grades with the principal sitting over my head, the coordinator of the English department, and the rector of the school, they were like, and I have, I use the codes and everything. So I just put one number and it calculates everything across. And if they get extra special credit, I put spaces for that. So that calculates after what they call a cumulative score. After the cumulative score, because that's a plus. So I was very disciplined. But you develop that type of discipline I learned years ago. That was when I was in my 20s. When I was in my 40s and 50s, that training translated itself into something else where I can use it. But it was a discipline that was instilled already. So it's important for you to build certain things. Lee, have you ever been diagnosed for insomnia? I don't have a problem sleeping. Crazy? As soon as I hit the bed, I'm gone. Are you crazy? Sometimes I go to bed, I have my phone, I will put on like a 10-minute video. And before that video is completed, I'm out. When I wake up the next morning, I'm like, shit, I didn't even see it. I have to play it again in the bathroom when I'm taking a shower or something if I want to hear it. I don't have insomnia. No. See, like people say you need 8 hours of sleep. I don't need 8 hours of sleep. If I stay 8 hours in the bed, my whole body will be off. My eyes will be red. I'll be slow. I'll be trying to wake up because it's like my body's going into another sleep cycle. It's getting crazy. I can't sleep 8 hours. Appreciate it though, looking out for my health and whatnot, especially being an old dude, but no, I don't need 8 hours of sleep. Like last night, I went to bed. I was on the beach with some friends and some girls. I got in about 11. I had some things to do. I went to bed about 3 and I woke up at 7:15. So, well, maybe for you, it's too little. You train your body. You go in the military, you see how much hours you'll sleep. But you see, this is what I'm talking about. You tell yourself what is too little. You don't know what your body is capable of. That's psychological programming that you have already instilled in yourself, that your body will interpret that as what? I can't. And then your brain will fulfill the solution being, I can't. So even though you may struggle, try to do something, you already gave your brain the final answer, which is, I can't. So the brain is going to make sure it works to do that. Regardless of what else you're trying to do, you already gave the brain a final command. And the command is that I can't do that. You don't know what you can and you cannot do. The thing I was really afraid of when I was young, not really afraid, but I didn't like cold showers. Woo, that shit. You want to see somebody jump like a cat? I would jump out the shower so fast if it was just cold water. When I came to Honduras, there was no such thing as hot water. Only time you get hot water is when you're in a hotel. I was living in this community called Ceneguita. And because it's at the bottom of the mountains, the waters that come down from the mountains in the wintertime, like icicles, bro. After a couple of months, I can't even take a hot shower anymore. I run the water because like in the city, when the sun is hot in the daytime, it heats the ground and it heats the pipe. The first 5 minutes of the water comes out warm or hot. By 11 o'clock, the water is hot in the morning. If I'm taking a shower during midday, I have to run the water until it gets cold before I could get in the shower. I can't take a hot shower anymore. So what I thought I couldn't do when I was a teenager, I do now as a man, easy. Like Lexica says, 5 hours is my absolute bare minimum. 5 hours is my absolute bare maximum. I can't get more than 5 hours. I have to be really tired. I have to go like maybe 2 or 3 days without sleep, and then I can probably sleep for 5-6 hours in one clip. But I will never get to 8 hours or nothing like that. No, my body would wake me up way long before that. So I'm just, that's just in terms of disciplining yourself and how to go about discipline, right? There are auxiliary things that get developed even when you focus on one thing. There are other strengths. The brain and the body is designed to execute what you tell it. If you don't put no restrictions, if you don't put any doubt, if you don't put any limitations and just do, when you pick your head up a year later, you'll look back and you'll be like, yo, where everybody at? You'll be the only one way ahead and nobody with you. Because you never restrained yourself by putting blocks in your head mentally. So, and that goes for anything that you do, right? It has nothing to do with sleep or anything like that. But depending on what it is that you're doing, like if there's something that you love doing, like you could do it all day, you forget to eat, sleep is a bother, you can't wait to wake up the next day. If you find yourself where you could do something like that, find out how you can turn that into a business. You'll be rich. Because that's the thing that you would do even if you weren't getting paid. And when you could work that way, when I was young, man, sleep, and this from when I was young, before I even got into the business world, sleep was a hindrance for me, bro. I don't think I ever slept a full straight 8 hours. I probably did when I was young, and it's far gone from my memory, right? So I'm not going to say it never occurred, but I'm going to say it's so far removed from my conscious awareness from when I was a man. And I went to Illinois when I was about 24, 23 or 20. No, I got the job in 1980, and then I got transferred in 82. So I was 24. And after 3.5, 4 years working out there, my body was programmed with a bunch of disciplines that when I went to Wall Street, if I wanted to be a top producer, I had to put in 16-hour days. Piece of cake. Once I started making money, I had a driver. I had a limo come and pick me up every morning, 5 o'clock. I had a subscription with New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. They delivered the paper to me at 5-something, 5:25, 5:15. I told them I'm going to have to cancel my subscription. They asked me why. I said, because I need the paper at my house at 4:30, because I leave my house no later than 5. They did that. They delivered the paper at 4:30. I would put on some jeans, my sneakers. I have a garment bag, my suit, my shirt, my shoes, my tie, drawers, everything. I go downtown. I go to Bally's because it was me, my boss, and a couple other guys. All the top producers we had, that was part of our routine. That's what keeps you focused. You work out before you go to work. You put in 10, 12, 14 hours. You go hang out and party and socialize. You get home at 11, 12 o'clock. You get back up at 4:30 in the morning and you go to freaking work. And I did that for 18 freaking years. And I did 100% commission and never, ever, ever had a 0 month. And when I start my new channel, I'm going to try and get my boss to come on the channel. And if he comes on the channel, I don't know if he's going to tell you that. He's not going to go there. But once you know who he is, you're going to know. Trust me. But you have to be willing to do that. That's why sometimes a lot of these performers, they drop down from exhaustion and all kind of shit, because you got to push yourself. Getting to the top is not a cakewalk. People who want to be comfortable don't succeed. Back in the day, we used to say, if you don't want to be $1 million producer and you just want a 9-to-5, get a 9-to-5 and you could go home and play with your wife and play with your kids. If you want to have $1 million house and drive $100,000 or $200,000 car and go take nice vacations, somebody is going to be inconvenienced, starting with you. And I think if we want to wield power, power can be destructive and power can be constructive. But to the wielder, it's constructive because he's looking for a positive end result. To those who will feel the effect of it, they will see it as destructive. So it depends on your perspective, how you're going to see things. If we were to withhold our dollars from a certain sector of the business market for them, and the thing is, it has to be a retaliation for their retaliation. So because and it's not about the men. It's not about Kanye. It's not about Kyrie. It's about all black men. Power, top down. If they respect black people, if you are a single black man, you will get the respect because the nation of black men have respect because they know you fuck with the one, you get punished by the many. They will be programmed with a psychological fear not to fuck with us. I mean, we have a clear example looking at us and see how it works. Nobody was standing around directing the Jews or the Jewish people to say this, that, and the other. They have a code. You trip the wire, we act on the code. For those who've been in the military, will understand the whole tripwire thing, right? But you trip the wire, code is implemented automatically. If we really had a code as a people, there would be no reason for us to keep saying, be on code. We would train our kids, they would know what the code is, and they would move that way. Because you would be the example to show them the code, not just tell them the code. And then when people fuck with us, we would come down on them with the hammer. It ain't personal, it's business. If we could literally break 3 or 4 major institutions on Wall Street, what that would do? You know how many people would be trying to sit down and talk to us? And then we will have to find the right leaders. And right now, like in the scriptures, right? Part of being an Israelite, the scripture says, those who are, what's the word that they use? Those who are rebellious and hard-headed, mark them. The people who are betrayers of us, like say, what's the brother name? The basketball player? His last name is Barkley. What's his first name? Charles Barkley. Like brothers like that, we should make a note. So when we do make our execution and the tables turn and we have the power and we can sit at the table, guess what? When they try to step in, they said, no, you get to the back of the line. We're going to deal with you later. See, we need to have a punishment for black people who betray black people. That we should do in-house, right? We should not punish black people in front of the world. We should punish black people behind the scenes. But we should punish those who try to step to us publicly for the world to see. We do it the opposite way. We punish others publicly and we do nothing to those who do something against us. Weird. We have it all backwards. We shouldn't have to ever say get on code. Somebody fuck with us, we should automatically know who's the target. NBA, target. NFL, target. Shaquille O'Neal, target. Charles Barkley, target. What business they own? Okay. Once they feel the pressure, okay, we need to sit down. If you don't have shit to say to support black people, shut your fucking mouth. Or the next time, we will put you out of business and then we will buy it cheap and then we'll start it and run it our damn self. Just like we're going to do all these goddamn foreigners. These foreigners, I'm not going to say they should be extorted. There should be a black community tax. There should be a black community tax in every black community with every foreign business. And if they're not willing to pay the tax, go set your business up someplace else. We don't have to burn it down. We just walk right past and go someplace else. And the thing is, right, when you do that with one group of immigrants, we don't have to pick all the immigrants at one time. See, one of the things you have to learn is that you punish one, it teaches everybody else. So whether we choose the Koreans, the Arabs, or the Indians, we just have to punish one. Because one or two things is going to happen. They're going to capitulate and pay, or they're going to go out of business. So when you step to the next group, they're going to be like, what do you want? Okay, no problem. We'll do it. Plain and simple. We have to really learn. You should have saw, I did a show on that. I think it was like my 4th show. I did a Black Mafia show. And I'm definitely down with having a black. Let me tell you something. I was in Africa. There are mafias in Africa, okay? There's a Chinese mafia. There's a Japanese mafia. There's a Russian. The Russian mafia is in Coney Island in Brooklyn, New York. I know. But we don't have to move like a mafia. We don't have to kill nobody. We don't even have to threaten nobody. We just have to be on the code that we say we have. We let them know. We have this finance company right here in our community. And every month, what are your books? You make $500,000 a month in our community? Okay, you will make a deposit of 10% every month. $50,000 times 12. That's $600,000 times 10 years. Do the math and then count the businesses. Now, if it's Starbucks, you don't go into the Starbucks, right? You call up corporate office and you said, this organization wants to meet with you. And we sit down and we let them know that you're making, from our calculation, what we have been able to observe and what we learned from Forbes, because they break things down by demographics and everything. You can look at all the numbers. This is what you make in our community. How much of that you contribute to us directly. Don't give me no bullshit about what you donate to various charities. No. You could do that on your own goodwill. Do that with your money, not with our money. What do you give to us directly? Oh, you don't give anything? Okay, this is what we're going to need. We're going to need cash deposited into our finance company. We're going to need after-school programs. We're going to need private charter schools. We're going to need a new hospital. We're going to need a new fire department. We're going to need our own private security department that we're developing, and you're going to fund the training of these black guys and these black women. And then we will speak to the mayor and say, we don't need white police officers in our community. You could go over there with them. We will patrol our own community. The Jewish people in Crown Heights, they do it. Police just drive by. If something is serious enough, they call the cops. But that's after they dealt with it themselves. Thanks, Peter. Definitely keep the likes up, guys. You know what I mean? Let it be shown strong. Share it, obviously. But we have to stop talking. I mean, just once. I'm like, How many black men have to be destroyed publicly for us to grab our balls and say, fuck it? Like if you ever jumped off a 12-foot diving board into 15 feet of water when you were like 12, 14, I did it. Mount Morris Park in Harlem, 100 and what street is it? 120, 22nd Street and Madison and Fifth Avenue. That's where I learned to swim. First year, I learned to swim. And then me and my friends, we used to go, we started, first they had a 3-foot diving board, they had a 6-foot diving board, and then they got the big 12-foot diving board. And some of the guys, they were good, man. Guys used to do jackknife, all types of stuff. I couldn't do all that. But I could flip off backwards, and drop feet first. But that's also overcoming fear. See, there are things that even growing up as a child that if you did can lower your fear threshold. So you're not fearful as a person. Like my fear threshold is low. Somebody walk up behind me and say, boo, like, please. Even if I didn't know you were there, my nerves is not like that. My nerves are solid. I'm going to be like, hi, what do you need? Because I did things when I was young that challenged my personal fear. So if you suppress your fear response when you're young, when other things challenge your fear response, the fear response is not going to be so easily triggered. You'll have a chance to have a clear head to examine the situation. And that's why sometimes when guys are in the chat and they're feminine in the way they're interacting, you can tell that they all the things that I grew up with that challenge young boys, those things were forbidden for them to do. My youngest son, whenever I used to see him, after we got my wife divorced, whenever I used to see him on a weekend, because they came over every weekend, right? And he would, the first thing he'll do, Daddy, I got a new scar. I'm like, why are you scratching up your knees? This kid was serious. He would be riding, those skateboards, BMX bikes, flipping, doing wheelies. He was doing everything. But you know what? It lowered his fear threshold and it gave him a comfortability with trying new shit that was challenging for other people. For him, he took it as, nah, that's nothing. I can do that. And that's how he would speak. I could do that. When I used to train, and this would have been like 1996, 1998. And I'm a physical guy. I like exercise. So I used to run. And if you're from Harlem, Morningside Park. I used to go to 135th Street, St. Nick. I would do my stretching there. They have the entry to the subway. So you have that big concrete thing. So I would do my stretching, put my legs there and stretch out. And then I would run 3 revolutions around the park. The revolutions for the park is, I think, 2.5 miles. So I would run 7 point something miles in a matter of like an hour and 10, 15 minutes. And I would take my 10-year and my 8 and 12-year-old son with me. And I would push them. The first time when they went home from their mama, they slept so hard. She was like, what'd you do to them? I'm like, I took them working out. And, she tried to make a big deal out of that because I'm pushing them. I'm like, these are boys, relax. But they learned very early on in life that how to stay in shape, how to work out. And my workout was, 2 or 3 hour workout. I would do from like 7 to 10. When I got back, my girlfriend already made breakfast. They need to take a shower. I take a shower. We eat breakfast and then we go out, hang out for the weekend. right? Stuff like that. But there was a discipline to my life. And I think as men, whether you're 40 or whether you're 20, if you don't have a discipline to your life, you should start structuring yourself as a man. Black men die early, right? We all saw The Godfather, our favorite Kevin Samuels, passed away, right at the beginning, not even the pinnacle. He didn't reach his summit. He was just in takeoff. He was in takeoff. He had just jettisoned the first booster rockets, and he was getting ready to go out into space. And then his ticker gave out. So eat right, get plenty of sleep for those who need 8 to 12 hours. That's on you, right? Eat right, be healthy, don't overdrink, don't do drugs or don't do too much drugs, and just kind of have a balanced life. Enjoy yourself, spend your money and have fun, right? Don't slave, and then when you get to 65, you drop dead 2 years later, and you didn't even get a chance to enjoy anything, right? Enjoy your money along the way. And that's one thing I like from coming from Wall Street. The culture of Wall Street was work hard, play hard. And part of that was by you playing hard, it teaches you to reward yourself first for that which you do when you accomplish your successes, right? Because some people, they're abusive to themselves. They try to psych themselves out of the reasons why they're not justified to treat themselves and give themselves something nice. I've always liked nice shit. And I'm not one to buy diamonds and stuff, but I like quality stuff. So I will go out and I buy quality things. I like fashionable clothes. Suits was part of my attire. So I always had good stuff like that. I used to go to the manicurist and pedicurist, right? I didn't put shit on my nails, but I had them buffed. Once a month or twice a month, I would get my legs massage and get my foot clean. Take care of your body, bro. You don't have to be like, you don't have to have your foot like the hoof of a horse or something, right? No. Treat yourself well. Buy yourself good shit. If you're in sales and you have a big month and you produce well, and get yourself a nice watch. Spend $2,000 on a nice watch. Do something, right? Let me tell you something. You go out with a $2,000 watch on your wrist, custom made shirt, or just a nice quality shirt, some good pair of shoes and a nice pair of jeans, if jeans is your thing. When you walk down the street, your shoulders is up, your chest is out, you're feeling good. That's an aura. People pick up on that. Low budget people feel threatened and intimidated. Other successful people see you as someone they want to do business with, and women are attracted to it because they're attracted to success. So it's all beneficial. So I guess I'm going to kind of like close down or wind down the conversation. So I think the one thing we should definitely consider is, push the idea of a moratorium on Black men using respect as a challenge. Unless it's life-threatening. If you're protecting yourself, protecting your wife and children, protecting someone in your family, your mother or father, right? Don't allow yourself to be manipulated by your girlfriend or even your wife to put you in a position. Because women get excited when men fight. It's a sexual turn on. Whether they know it or not, and those who knew it knows it instigated, right? But you have to refrain from that because you know what the outcome of those encounters could lead to. And I think as Black men, we have to really value our freedom. Because when we go to jail and we become a criminal, we become a slave. That's the law on the books. It's in the Constitution. So just like some program writers always leave themselves a backdoor into certain programs, the United States, when they built their Constitution and they amended it to free us, they built a backdoor to maintain slavery. They couldn't put all of us in slavery, but they can create a circumstance where many of us would say, well, I have no choice, and they would go take an illegal action, which, when you do illegal things, you only need to mess up once. You could be successful doing illegal shit for 10 years, never been caught, nobody know your name, you're good. You get busted one time, you're done. Obviously busted and convicted, right? Once you're busted and convicted, you're done. So my point is how can black men be more powerful? One, stay out of jail and stay out of the grave. And in accomplishing both of those things is be resistant to be to allow someone to manipulate you, to use the respect challenge to either kill another black man or be killed by a black man. It's a manipulation. And I don't know if it's a manipulation that was put upon us some time back, or if it's a manipulation that we have devised to maintain the last sense of manly dignity that we have as a people, But we need to put a moratorium on that. We need to put at least a decade moratorium on that. And then we could look back at it and see, well, what was the result? Are black men getting along better in the next 10 years? Are less of us going to jail and are less of us dying? More black men living past the age of 50? They can add, in most cultures, you have 3 generations. You have the child, you have the parent, and you have the grandparent. And the grandparent teaches not only their child, but the grandkids come over, visit, and learn from the grandparent. We don't have that. We have very little of that. And we need that. And as men, we need to really value the aged one amongst us. Now, yes, some of them may still carry some foolery from time past, but we don't have to openly disrespect them. We can just say, you know what, brother, hold on one second. Let's hear from someone else on the panel, whatever, right? If they're kind of going off on a rant, on a stupidity rant, if somebody might want to say that, right? If you catch me on a stupidity rant, check me too. I try not to do that, but anything is possible. But yeah, I'm gonna start to shut it down there. I don't see anybody in the back chat. I've seen JR drop the link several times. CBDC can put us all in slavery, though. Matter of fact, I have the Price Waterhouse CBDC regulations status report on when each country is going to go online with their CBDC currencies. I may have to take a look at it. I was looking to try to structure a deal. When was this? It was early this year. As a matter of fact, there's a new company, and it's a mint. It's a gold mint company that has been approved by the United States, and it is a private company that's been approved by the United States, which actually will be able to do direct. They don't go through the SWIFT system. They go direct through the Treasury. And I think they'll be launching some type of a mint gold currency, something. I got to go back and see if I still have the material on them. I know I have their contact information and whatnot, but that was for a private deal that I was on. Yeah, CBDC is currency, right? And it's digital currency, the regulations, status of countries. Let me see. Do I still have that? Give me 1 second. Okay, let's see. Close this. Open this up. Give me a minute. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'm not going to show you guys it because it is somewhat confidential information. There's some things that, because of my former business experience, there are people that I know and I can access some stuff, or they will just shoot me. They will shoot me information and say, hey, Lee, are you aware of this? And stuff like that, right? So let's see. Okay, special projects. Yeah, CBDC Mint. Yeah, got it right here. Okay. Pricewaterhouse CBDC Global Index, first edition, April 2021. Now, if you guys know, Pricewaterhouse is probably, I think, the second. No, there's Deloitte and Touche, which is number one. There's KPMG, which is number two. And there's Pricewaterhouse, which is number three in terms of global audit firms for financial institutions and so forth, right? So, let me see. It says, we're proud to launch the first edition of the Pricewaterhouse Global CBDC Index. We hope the analysis and insights from the report will provide useful data points. We aim to publish this report annually to enable you to monitor the ongoing transformation triggered by central banks' digital currencies globally. The Pricewaterhouse Global CBDC Index is designed to measure the central bank's level of maturity in deploying their own digital currency. It provides a synthetic index capturing the central bank's progress, stance, and CBDC development and public interest in two distinct cases. One, retail CBDC, which are held directly by citizens and corporate, and interbank or wholesale CBDC, which are restricted and to financial institutions, principally for interbank payments and financial settlements, which is, all types of trades, anything from commodities, equities, derivatives, you name it, right? And possibly currencies too, right? We believe CBDCs will contribute significantly to the modernization of the international monetary landscape, hand in hand with reconfiguration in both payments and financial infrastructure. They will generate numerous opportunities for further digitization in both corporates and financial institutions as their integration in payments and financial infrastructure progresses. Seizing these exciting opportunities will require operational, legal, and regulatory process upgrades, as well as an alignment of accounting, internal control measures. PwC, or Pricewaterhouse, has deployed a one-stop shop, offering which includes strategy, legal, regulatory, accounting, tax, governance, risk assessment, or risk assurance, audit, cybersecurity, as well as transaction advisory. So they're really broadening their reach now. So they're not a financial institution, but they're literally going to be the right hand of potentially writing the regulatory measures on how these things are going to operate. And if they're not going to write it, they're going to be the interpreters for it. So I need to make sure I get 2022 at the end of the year for the progress. But yeah, these are things, because of my background, that I still have access to getting certain stuff, right? And I'm hoping to do a financial channel. So I need to develop some skills how to do thumbnail and stuff like that. So next week I'm going to be practicing that. And hopefully by the 15th, I can see if I can do my first show. It is going to be a business show. So I want to see if I can add more value in this space. I know business is not something that usually Black men tend to want to gravitate to and participate in. But if we want to grow, if we want to be able to sit at the table with other people who are, how can I say, movers and shakers, who are the brokers of things that occur in the world. Everything happened with a middleman somewhere, right? There's always a broker between point A and point B, So the more we become more savvy, more worldly, more understanding of advanced finance besides technology, right? But be aware of advanced finance and the decisions that go into certain things. Like Kanye he's exposed to so much. Like when he was doing that video and talking about corporate contract language, I have like maybe 20 years of contract writing experience, right? If I got to write a contract on something, whether it's a commodities contract, I have people that'll contact me and say, Lee, I need you to review this contract. If I'm reviewing a contract for a financial transaction trade between two financial institutions, and one of my clients is a big holder there, they might say, review this for me and give me your feedback. And I have to break it down line by line. So, and basically what I look for are risk, things that deals with negligence and potential liabilities, because the writer of the contract will always write the contract to better themselves, right? So they don't have to pay no penalty if they either non-perform or something comes up to impede their performance. Usually the only governance that prevent performance by the obligator would be force majeure, like the war in Ukraine, that have the ripple effects of global transportation with regard to the movements of ships and stuff like that. I used to write charter contracts for vessels. There was a company in Canada that I used to work with. They had a big corporation, and they gave me a job to work with them through a company that I was doing business with out of China. So, and that's usually for FOB contracts, because if you're doing CIF, then it's kind of a circular thing. Its contract is with the seller. But when it's an independent, where the importer, if you're buying on a FOB basis, right, or if you're buying on EXW, which is warehouse, right, you pay transportation from the warehouse to the port of shipment, and then after shipment, you have to book your own ship. So then you have to do a charter party agreement with the owner of the ship, the vessel, or the operator of the vessel. They'll come, they'll pick up your cargo, they'll take it to your country, which you're importing to, and then they'll clear it. Usually it's 5 days for what they call lay time. You have 5 days to unload a ship and get it out of there. After that, you get demurrage, which is a fee for every hour that you're there. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into it. So contracts and stuff like that, those are things that I've done a lot. So I understand, like when Kanye was talking and stuff, it was like right up my alley, man. I'm like, I know exactly what he's talking about, right? So it's important, especially if you're in your 20s or early 30s now, you want to try to look at the landscape and see, what skills do I need to be able to do this? You could go up on different salary sites and see, at this position, what do they make? What did that position make 5 years ago? What did it make 10 years ago? Because you're going to see the growth. If you see it goes up and fall off, don't get into that sector of the market because it's going down. The trend is for replacement. Like, I was listening to those reporters the other day. There's no more investigative reporters. People are talking about if Elon Musk come out with robots, people in McDonald's are going to lose their jobs. Newscasters are going to lose their jobs. They don't know shit. They read something on a monitor. You could just put it in a robot's head and he could just read it. What the fuck? Like, there's a whole lot of people that's going to be losing their jobs, bro. So I tell you, cybersecurity, you can't go wrong there. Cybersecurity, you can't go wrong there. Data analysis, definitely can't go wrong there. And I was looking to maybe try to develop some data analysis skills for myself, right? Because it's not too much programming, but there's a lot of shit you got to know. And it's different from when I used to do it manually. Doing things computer now is far more sophisticated because there's so many, rollover applications that, like, you push one button and it just like dominoes falling. It covers so much stuff. Whereas before, like when I learned how to do research, right, as an analyst, my boss used to give me 10 books, 10 blue books. And I used to take 3 of them home a night. And these books were like maybe 200 pages. And he used to tell me, find me 3 stocks that you think is going to go up tomorrow and tell me why. And I need to have this report no later than midnight, because he's got to write it if he's going to use anything I say, right? He's got to write it, and then he's got to have it ready for mass distribution before the market open the next day. That's how I learn. You learn about insider buys. You learn about SEC filings. You learn all this shit. You learn trends. I learned technical and fundamentals at the same time, but I work for a technical trading firm. So that was the priority. But you have to know both, because if you have the CEO selling 3 million shares of his stock and you don't know about it, and you don't find out until the SEC announced his filing, by the time that becomes public, your clients, that stock is going to get killed. If you got clients in there, your phone is going to be ringing off the hook. People are going to be cursing you out. I'm supposed to know that shit in advance. So I need to come up with a strategy. Is he filing that because he's looking to make a big investment somewhere, or is he taking his profits and he's leaving the company? So you need to find out why. So many things. That's why you need to have good relationships with. Maybe I'm putting out too much and I should save it for my channel. I'll hold it right there, right? But yeah, these are the type of things that I'm going to want to try to talk about, and I'm hoping brothers who might find some value in knowledge outside of just the general black fuckery, that you would be looking to take advantage of other potential opportunities that can come around. One of the skills that I have in terms of as an advisor is, how do you make money in volatile markets or in bear markets? I remember when I was on Wall Street and the markets are doing well, if I jumped into a taxi, the cab driver would be telling me what stock to buy. I would be laughing. But a year later, when the market is tanking, when you're in inflationary times and you're in a recession, when they're getting their head handed to them and they lost everything, or they're just holding on to it because now they're vested and they can't sell it, because once you sell it, you take your loss, right? At least if they make enough money, they could take a capital loss and take the deduction on their taxes. But if they don't make enough money to even do a 1040 long form, then they can't even do that. So they just take the hit outright and can't even claim it on their taxes. So when people I don't say nothing. See, I didn't have an ego. I didn't, yo, man, I work on Wall Street. Yeah, I don't need to say that. When the market is going up, pick a stock. Every stock is going up. Every sector is going up. Every industry is going up. Pick one. When everything is going down, find the one that's going to go up. That's the problem. And that's where my value, where I earned my money, was when market conditions was not where anybody can say, buy that. So, and we are living in a time now where, black men who have money and who have liquidity, there are going to be some crazy opportunities. So I'm going to try to talk about those things. I'm doing a lot of research now, preparatory to kind of introduce guys to a lot of different things. I'm going to try and get some professionals that I know from the industry, time past. That's 20 years now, but they're still in the business. I know them, and as long as what I'm doing on the financial channel is not super controversial, I'm sure I'll be able to get them to come over time. So I'll probably have to have a good 3 to 6 month track record of showing some historical, so people can look and see what I'm all about. But then I'll reach out to people and see if I could bring them on and have them as a special guest and things of that nature. So it's not just going to be me talking shit, but I can bring on people who are experienced, who have a long track record, who have name recognition, that are related to either institutions or major media, financial aspects of those major media institutions as well. So, these are some of the things that I'm trying to kind of like plan on what I'm looking to do. So, that's where I'm headed. But I think there are rich black men all over this world, and there are a lot of them in the United States. But they don't have the power because we as black people are not united, right? We don't know how to get on code to just do what we got to do. When people fuck with us, make them pay a price. We only have one power. It's like Thor when he had Mjolnir, whatever that new Stormbreaker, right? When he was fighting, what's the name of that? The purple looking big guy? Thanos, right? He only have one hammer. Make it count. Our one power, well, we actually two. We have where we can vote in a block, but we must demand and hold people accountable. And we have the dollar. Black people controls the flow of money in the most powerful capitalist country in the world, which means America used the dollar to influence the world. If we shut down the flow of that dollar, that affects America internationally too. I didn't, BZ, I didn't launch the channel yet. I already got it created and everything. I'm writing out the description and whatnot. I'm trying to get a good background. I'm trying to learn to use a lot of this new technology that I'm not familiar with. So the schooling and learning curve is problematic, but I like to know certain things. And once I start making a little money, I will just outsource that out because I could be more effective focusing on the skills that I have and let other people who are strong in other areas do what they do. Oh, there was one thing I just wanted to touch on, and this is a little controversial for what I've noticed, right? Lee, we don't look towards the future, only not the present. We look for the past. How many times I've come up here and people told me about the 1960s, the 1940s, Jim Crow, slavery. We look at the past. But appreciate it, PJ. Keep it techie. Perfect. So I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Great information, great show. Much. Thank you much. What I will say, and hold on one second. Thanks for the super chat, the $20 super chat. Much appreciated. One thing I wanted to touch on, and I've been noticing like what happened with just pearly things and, what some of the ladies and some men have been saying. And I think some people are kind of being negligent. I saw 2 years ago when Just Pearly Things was doing reviews of Kevin Samuels' show back in 2020. Almost every time, most of the show that she did was a review of Kevin Samuels. Some she disagreed, some she didn't. Later, I saw her appeared on 2 of Kevin live shows. One of which Kevin was doing, Kevin does his people who disagree. So because she was an agreeable person with his perspective, he cut the conversation short with her, but he knew who she was. But subsequently, which I didn't know, but she made it publicized, she took 2 coaching calls with Kevin. That's $2,000. And she went to other black men in the space, whether they were directly related to the black manosphere or around the peripheries, but yet still red pill. Some she paid, some just worked with her and kind of schooled her. But one of the things I noticed from a couple of the women who did mention that they did something with Kevin, what they did the thing that we always do. I'm black, you black. We can talk behind the scenes and tell me your secrets. Kevin is a businessman and he came from sales, just like me. So I know what he did. It's like if you go to a nice bar, right? When you order your first drink and you're sitting at the bar, whether it's a male or female barmaid, you know what they're going to do? They're going to get a bowl and they're going to put, whether it's peanuts or whatever it is that the little free stuff that they give you, that's the free shit. So what Kevin gave them was peanuts, was the free shit. But what he gave Just Pearly Things was the steak dinner. She paid for it. She got paid. And you know how she didn't say much, but you know what she said? She said he hurt her feelings so bad when he told her about what she wasn't doing right and how this is a business. She said the first time she went home and cried. But then she came back for more. How many black women would have taken that kind of critique from Kevin without blasting him about how much he disrespected her? or black men for that matter. Well, what I observed was either the black men who supported Kevin, which was mostly audience, but so many men who are content creators were dissing Kevin. They were arguing about what he got from being in the space. See, we don't know how to benefit from just keep pushing up a winner, keep pushing up a winner. Next thing you know, you got 10 winners, you got 20 winners. You know why the Jews are so powerful in every area? Because they don't tear each other down when they get into that particular area. You know what they do? They pull each other in. They pull each other in. We don't do that. We tear each other down. So while we were so busy dissing Kevin, and while the few women who did talk to Kevin was trying to get the freebie, the I'm black, you black, so hook me up, brother. You know, that's what we do. We go into a black-owned business, and the first thing we want to do is, yo, what's up? Slap five, yo, what's up, man? You know you're going to hook a brother up, right? Recipe for putting a black man out of business. Then if you don't give him any kind of discount, the black discount, you're going to get called every name in the book. And, you know, when they have a bad night or a bad day, they're going to come and break your windows. Maybe even set your business on fire, right? They're not going to never set the Korean shop on fire. They ain't going to set the Arab shop on fire. But the one black business, they're going to fuck his shit up. Because, well, we're black together, so you owe me. I don't owe you shit. That's how we play. So while the black woman was trying to get the freebie from Kevin, the white woman was paying. She even paid Hafiz. Hafiz tried to diss it all. Well, you only came and got one coaching. I wouldn't call it a coaching. And you only paid $400. He was backing up from that, but he paid anyway, and he took the money. And then she studied her material. She started to hone her skills. I wouldn't doubt that she probably watched at least 100 of Kevin videos, piecemeal them down, break them. Let me tell you something, man. White people are very methodical, bro. White people are very methodical. You know, one of the things that's going to get them in trouble for slavery? They keep records. They got the records. Their money is important. They got records, bro. They know what ship came in where, who was the captain when it docked, how many was on there, male or female. They know what it was, the price. They know it all. And they got the records. That's why they know everything about us. But likewise, with us, she came into the space. And the beautiful thing, what she did, see, this is what I'm talking about, strategy. You know what she did? Now, it might have just been circumstance, but I don't think, I never look at things that's like it just happened. Coincidence. I don't believe in coincidence. Right? She went to the UK. She's like, you know what? I'm not going to deal with these Negroes here in the United States. I'm going to go to the UK. That's planning. What black woman thought of that? What black man thought of that? Many black men who are content creators who may have been in this space and talking this talking point longer than he have were jealous of his rise. While we were hating on him, this white girl was taking notes. She was like, okay, this is what you do. All right, that's what you do. Oh, that's how this works? All right. Now, when can I have a meeting with you? How much is it? $1,000? Okay, no problem. Daddy, I need $1,000 so I can play this black guy so I can make $1 million. You know what? I like watching O'Shea sometimes because I like to laugh, right? And he give different commentaries, and I agree sometimes, and I don't sometimes, and that's for everybody, right? Many people probably agree less with me than they don't agree with him, right? But one thing he did last year that I didn't like, and I did speak on it earlier this year, or maybe it was earlier this year. I'm not sure of the exact timing. When the news started to come at this space and they were trying to say that this was an incel space and potentially the violence that can come from incels toward women, I didn't like the way he disassociated himself and say, I'm no longer part of the black manosphere. I'm the Negro sphere. He got his own thing. And he had that for a while. So it's not like he created it right then and there, right? He had that for a while and he was working it. But he's one of the foundation blocks. Him, Angry Man, and Obsidian. And as a leader, you don't run at the first sight of danger. You stand. So that to me said he's a coward. I don't care how much money he fucking makes. He's a goddamn coward. In his heart, he's not a fighter. And he may be great at making money. And he may become rich and successful. But he would never speak up like Kanye or like Kyrie. Because during COVID, look at the videos he made on Kyrie during COVID. And now, so many women that took the jab, they're sterile. They can't have babies. The stuff that I'm reading now on the after result of, the jab scene is crazy. So I think, stress. Back in my day, I worked in nuclear engineering, so that's all piping systems, right? Stress bust pipes. Circumstances in life create stress for you to push through. And stress measures the content character of a man. Well, don't say that, man, because I lived in Sacramento. I lived in Sacramento for 2 years. It wasn't long. Actually, 4 years, yeah. When my youngest brother died, I moved to Sacramento to help his wife with his 2 kids, his young sons. They were young, so I was already divorced, and I was looking to make a move out of New York, and I was fortunate, when I went down there, that's how I was able to get the job with Wells Fargo, and I think I spoke about that some time back. Sacramento is all right; it's not that bad, But if you got heart, it doesn't matter where you're from. So I'm not going to say people from Sacramento is weak or heartless or just whatever. I just think that he may have been the guy that's like been on the side. He was never the guy in the middle or in the front when he was growing up with whoever crew he rolled with, right? Because sometimes he may speak about his crew and stuff like that, right? So I respect a lot of the knowledge and the things that he come with, and definitely the content that he produces is entertaining. But he has demonstrated that he doesn't want to be a leader because he's not willing to potentially make the sacrifice. And sometimes being a leader, there's going to be some pain. The reason why there's a Martin Luther King High School and street and Malcolm X Boulevard and street in virtually every black city is because they weren't afraid. And even if they were, they didn't let the fear overcome them. They were willing to stand up and say what needed to be said at that time. And really, there was nothing to do. All he had to do is not say anything and keep moving. But he voluntarily moved himself out of the way because of an anticipated action that could put a view on how black men could be projected. I thought part of the manosphere was to change the image of how black men are projected. That we project our own image and we don't allow anyone, including black women, white men, or anybody else dictate our image in the world. So, and I did speak on this the first time he did it back in February, March, whenever, right? So it's not like I'm coming out of left field. But for me, it's a disappointment. Because if you're a leader, you stand up. If you don't want to be a leader, take 2 steps back. And that's what he did. And I don't fault him for it, but I'm disappointed by that. But some people are just here for the money. Some people are here both for the money and possibly to affect some kind of change, create political alliance, create organizations, obviously fatten your own pockets, whatever. So, but especially when you talk about Black community issues, you can't just be all talk. I come from Harlem. And back in my day, if you was a punk, you got your ass beat. You just didn't hang out with certain people because you're going to be tested. I got tested when I first came to the United States. My first week in school, I had a fight. And I popped him in the mouth. And you know what? He became like my best friend. He wasn't my best friend, but he was my friend. He used to bring me candy every freaking day until I got out of that school. And then there was this other group, this family across the street. They lived right in front of the school. I don't remember their name now, but it was 7 brothers. 2 of them were already like 16, 17, so they were older. But the younger ones we all used to play basketball together, at least once or twice a week, I was in fight with one of them, man. I used to fight these guys. I'm like, damn, for like a year, I used to fight the whole freaking family. Until one day we were fighting on the street. We flipped over if you know New York, right? You got the big apartment buildings, and then they have the staircase that goes down into the basement. And between the building and the sidewalk, there's like a walkway. And that was for back in the day when they had coal furnaces. So if the coal truck come late at night and the super wasn't there, they would just dump the coal, and in the morning the super can shovel the coal inside and then put it in the furnace and whatnot. So we were fighting, and we flipped from the sidewalk into the basement. We must have gotten hurt. I don't remember. We must have gotten hurt. We kept fighting, bro, in the basement, and then somebody broke it up. And from that day, mad respect. I had no more fights on that block. And we became friends. And literally nobody can touch me. If we were in a basketball game and shit went down and we were starting to square off, these brothers, they would come out of nowhere. Don't fuck with Lee. It was like that. That's why I know 2 things when it comes to how being accepted into the Black community by Black men work. You got to learn how to snap, and you got to know how to fight. Those were the trials for me. I was sarcastic, so I wasn't a joke teller, but I would look at something on you and I'll snap about something on you, right? So I was good at that, but I also was good at fighting. I was tough and I was fast, but it built a certain type of character in me also. And the thing is that what I observe is that he don't have that in him. It's lacking. And at 40, you're not going to learn that. I mean, you literally have to go to like some super, like if you were in a corporation and you were doing management training, and they like in some companies, right? I remember back in the day, I think it was AT&T used to do this for their top executive. They used to go whitewater rafting in the summer. I think it was in Yellowstone Park or wherever it was, right? And the whole team, where if you was on R&D, research and development, tech, management, whatever you were on, it was competition. The whole team would be on a boat, and everybody had to depend on each other, and there was no rank. So if you were VP, you was just as equal as, whatever tech guy was at the lowest position on your team. So everybody have to trust one another. There are different ways to kind of build courage, build trust, learn how to work with each other, even if you disagree. Take your emotions out of it, or even if your emotion is being used in a positive way, like people say, I'm not emotional, I'm being passionate. If you're passionate, you still have to learn how to use that as a tool and not just as an emotion where you lose control out of, it's not no longer something that you are coordinating or manipulating or in control of. It's just something you're now reacting to. So these are all type of mental strength training, managerial, learning how to work with the team, learning how to build a team where the weakest link on your team, you know what their strengths are. So you put them in a position where they can be more effective. All these things you learn in certain types of management training, depending on how much you go up the ladder, right? And I learned some of this in some of the companies I worked for in the past, but I also learned that and interpreted it from my growing up in the hood. And I think sometimes people don't know how to extrapolate the benefits that the hood gave them. The only thing that I see that people can extrapolate from the hood is gain. If you don't have gain, that is like the only thing that we see that is valuable. But if you are good at hustling on the street, you're good at sales. The only problem is that usually in hustling on the street, the customers come to you, whereas in sales, you have to go to the customer. But you understand the dynamics. And all you have to do is build on the necessary skills that you need to develop. So, I think going back to just pearly things, I think some people are they're using emotions to try to trigger Black people in some kind of way to make it seem like this Black woman is in this space taking advantage. If she's taking advantage, then check all the simps and other Black men who go and give her money. She ain't making nobody give her money. She ain't making nobody give her money. Make a better argument than her. Put forth a better product than her. She said something the other day. I think it was on Obsidian, or it might have been on CGA, Greg Adams, right? She said she hadn't made any money yet. Most people would probably say that's a lie, right? It depends on how she's qualifying it. She's reinvesting her funds, and probably out of pocket funds, she may still be operating at a negative. So until she close those expenses out, operating costs, and then start operating in a positive after all expenses, bills are paid, operation cost is made, and she's supposedly building out a bigger studio. So she'll probably break even by the end of the year and then start going into profits next year. Like, we don't know everything she's doing, but the point is that so many of us is really not business savvy and business minded. And we don't have the extent of family who can teach us things about business. Our father is a businessman. He's a tech guy, right? He made his millions designing, tech writing program or whatever it is that he built and sold. I think one of the best shows that I ever saw her do, and if those of you who watch her, I don't watch her regularly, but sometimes if I see she post something that looks interesting and it's less than 2 hours, I may do 4-hour shows, but I cannot sit and watch a 4-hour show. But if she has something that's like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour, and it looks interesting, I'll check it out. But I caught the live that she did when she brought her family on, right, several months ago in the summer. She brought her mom, she brought her dad, she brought her brothers and her sisters, 6 of her siblings, her, and a mom and dad. And they talk openly about their family. See, that's a type of cohesiveness where you can be vulnerable and not be intimidated about being vulnerable. Can a Black man and woman with their children sit on a program and be vulnerable and honest without getting all up in their feelings? And be prepared to be judged one way or the other by it. And not only that, do it. If you're a Black couple, do it in an all-white environment, because they did it in a particularly all-Black environment. So I think sometimes, we try to put everything as black and white, and it's not always that, it's not always that easy to just leap to those assumptions. It's like Jewish people. In New York, I know Jewish men that I've done business with. They have treated me 10 times better than any brother I know. And that's real. Either put me on game or help me make money and show me how to do it. But when a black man get up top or in a position, and I'm not saying all, but it's more often than not, we tend to believe that if another black man come up in here, he gonna show us out. So I got to make sure that nobody else come up here so they don't even know that maybe I don't know my shit like I claim, or I don't need no competition, or I've got to get all the benefits of being the only black guy here. When in actuality, you're not getting any benefits at all. You're weak. Because when the Koreans come in, they're going to bring in 4 or 5 of their people and they're going to take over. And next minute, you know, they're going to be the new management and you're going to be at the bottom still. See, we don't know how to like build, bring each other up to take over departments, take over neighborhoods, take over businesses. That's why I say I'm kind of disappointed because, you know, as much as black women claim that they're doing so well, I'm disappointed because the hair and eyelash extensions, wig and all that stuff, they should own that. That's a $9 billion industry. They wouldn't need 10 billions over 10 years from Goldman Sachs. They would be owning an industry and they will have full control over it. Manufacturing, distribution, retail sales, wholesale and retail sales. So no one was thinking ahead. But if a black man was to think ahead and do that, then they would say, oh, a black man is taking advantage of black women. Why isn't he doing this, that, and the other? But the Koreans can run it. The Indians can run it. We ain't got nothing to say. We'll fight. Even after they kick our ass and curse us out for being in their shop, we'll fight to go back in the next day. Instead of sitting down and making a plan, how are we going to do this? Okay, we need to fly to India and talk to whoever is in charge of cutting the hair of these Indian girls when they turn 10 or 12 years old and their hair is down to their ankles and you cut 3 feet of hair and work out a deal. Speak with the Chinese shipping company and then arrange for shipping in container. And if you can't afford a full container, start with half of a container. Instead of an F, what is that? An F, I think it's an FDL, I'm not sure, and an LDL. I have to go back and check the codes, but it's a shipping code for full container load and limited or half container load, right? Partial container load. Negotiate a deal, get your shipping done, get your import license so you can clear at port. And then have your retail clients that when your product come in, it's sold before it arrives. So once it comes in, it goes to your warehouse or it goes straight from the port. The trucks pick it up and you just distribute straight to your retail clients and they sell the shit. Like, we're not really thinking so far down the line. So I guess, you know, when I do my financial channel, I can kind of get more into this type of stuff. Because when we come out of this market change, there are going to be a lot of opportunities, you know, so I can probably add some knowledge. And if somebody is looking to do something, I could probably see if I have some contacts or know someone and I can point you in the right direction and, you know, get guys started off that want to be able to do things, you know, because I do have a a significant amount of experience, not just Wall Street, but international trade too, because I know a lot of people in that area. So I'm going to go ahead and wind it down. I think I touched on the little sidebar stuff that I want to cover that came to mind. Let's see. Who's this? Peter, the investor M. I see the Asians, Korean, Filipinos, Indians are taking over the fried chicken sector. That's a long time gone. That's like 1995. They used to be on Lexington Avenue, Church's Fried Chicken way back then. Freaking chicken was hard as a rock because you get microwave chicken after it's been cooked 5 hours earlier, and you can't eat that, but that's what they sold you anyway. Yeah, I mean, we talk about culturally, well, white women can't cook fried chicken, but I don't see black women owning a whole bunch of franchise fried chicken spots. It's Popeyes. See, we talk about things that are supposed to be natural to our culture and our skills, but how come we don't convert it into a business? We'll make a hot sauce, but we don't make the fried chicken to go with the hot sauce. Eh? Okay, Indians are taking over the fried chicken sector, and the largest consumers are from our community. Absolutely. And that's why today I was putting forth some potential strategies to change the dynamic of that, where we're not just the consumer, but we are making money as a consumer, where we get, it's like credit cards and airline cards, or if you're platinum with American Express, you buy an airline ticket, you get so many points, especially if it's an international flight, that your points add up to where you literally don't have to pay for a ticket. 3 months later or a year later, you have all this, so many miles that you can literally just charge first class to go where you want to go. You take your vacation and you do that. PJ Lee just dropped the link in the chat when you're ready. Oh, absolutely. No problem. Andre Muffet, good stuff. PJ again, Louisiana fried chicken and Chinese spots. No, yeah, the thing is, you know what? I don't have a problem with foreigners in our community doing business. What I do have a problem is that we don't have a standard for how they will do business in our community, that they have to contribute to the community. It has to be a tax. The United States government tax everybody else. Like a black man that gets money can't go in an Indian community and open up a 7-Eleven. Can't go in an Italian community and start selling what's that favorite thing that they have? Calzone, and what's the other one? Lasagna sandwiches? No, you can't do that. You can't go into Chinatown and start selling whatever it is you're going to sell in Chinatown. Or right, calzone, yeah. Or right across the street in Little Italy, if you're on Mulberry Street. So it's like those other communities, they may not say you can't come in outwardly. Try and get the lease. The reason why we can't prevent other people from getting the lease is because we don't even own the building. So the Jewish guy that owns the building will lease. Now, check this out, right? The Jewish guy that owns the building will give the Arab guy the lease downstairs on the first floor to have his business. And 2 weeks later, they'll be lobbing bombs at each other in the Middle East. But in America, we could do business and take the money from the Negroes. See, other people can like compartmentalize the different parts of life. I could work with you on this, but I will fight with you on this. We could come together and fight together on this, and then we won't do nothing over here. You stay over there, I stay over here. For us, everything is all or nothing. And I think that's why we always say, well, not all women, not all men, not all. There's nothing that's all. Yeah, most people don't know how to negotiate lease. People used to tell me stuff about negotiating stuff. I negotiate everything. Virtually everything I buy, I negotiate it. Because I know from my experience coming up, everything is negotiable. And for passport bros, if you go to Africa, if you go to the Middle East, if you don't negotiate, you are looked at as a sucker. I'm serious. And in some Middle Eastern countries, they find it insulting if you don't negotiate. It's the culture. What's the price of this? Too much. You start walking around. They come to you. I'll give it to you for this price. You look at it. You feel the material. Nah, I'm not really interested. They started at $100, and when you leave, you bought it for $49. They're happy. They tell you, come back. You think you got a steal. They owned it for $10. At $100, they was making 1,000% return. They only made 400% return, or $500 at $49. We think we got a steal. They realize I got 400% return. I'm good. Because we don't understand costs, wholesale, distribution, and retail, we don't understand those metrics and those margins, how things are priced. So we don't really know how to negotiate because we don't know value. We think everything that's expensive means it's good quality. We think if we don't pay the highest price, we didn't get the best shit. Nah, not really. Not really. So, these are things that I think we really got to develop better about. And these are some of the things that I'm going to try to enlighten more and more brothers and or sisters, whoever tune in, because it's going to be a business show, to talk about more things like this so we could be more educated. And then I'll try and bring in people who have more expertise than me in certain discussions. And then those will probably be either premium memberships, or if I do a Patreon or something like that, then I'll do it through there. I'll have to think. I'm trying to plan out how things are going to go. And like I said, it's a lot of work that I'm doing in the back end. But once I'm ready to roll, once I get started, I'm going to hit the ground running. So I'm hoping in 2 weeks, a week and a half, that I should be in that position to launch. And then, like Kevin said, build it as you fly, right? Continue going. So thanks everyone for, shit. It's almost 9:00. Okay. You guys definitely stuck with me today. I didn't plan on going this long. But, consider some of the things we talked about that I propose, and be mindful of when you see, when you're in this space and you're on different platforms and you may be on a panel and you see brothers going left, changing the conversation or taking something personal or taking shots at a person, see if you can add your voice to kind of walk it back a little bit, and for us to develop more respect for one another. And if you don't have respect for someone, then you probably shouldn't be on their platform anyway. Be in the audience until you get a better perspective of the person. And if you just don't like them, then why go? It's like, I could never tell you what Cynthia G is about because I've never watched any show that she does. Like, I don't really watch any females. The only female I listen to is Pink Book Lessons. And her education, she's a college graduate, her education shows the way she speaks and the way she put our material together and the presentation. She's an educated Black woman, and she used her skills, she used it well. That's the only Black woman that I listen to. There are others like Chantel. I may listen for 5-10 minutes. I think that if Black men overly publicly support these channels, the female channels like that, it's a block and a resistance for female to come up and openly discuss. I think the purpose, if black women are going to be in the black manosphere, and Crimson Cure, I will watch Crimson Cure usually on the replay. I don't watch her live. Danica Marie, I haven't watched Danica Marie in almost a year. Actually, more than a year, you know. I hear she's pretty good. I've seen Dee Dee a couple of times. I don't necessarily like the other girl. I forgot her name. She's, you know, former Kevin Samuels friend. You know, people might say she's the pretty one or whatever. I don't know. I don't think she's a straight shooter. I think what they call just pearly things, I think she's that. But, you know, that's just my opinion. And, you know, sometimes I'll give it when it's not even asked, right? Melanie King, correct. I'm not really sure about her. So I have reservations. You know, I watch people and let them prove me over time their true intentions. I don't even watch Courtney. I don't watch Courtney. And I do like some of the things that she say, but some of her stance are definitely for the female fuckery, and it's not for the full 100 support, or at least 90% support of black men. It's still, you know, it still really want black men to take me as I am, or what's that? Be a stepdaddy. I think that whole stepdaddy thing, I think as a black man, you should really, a woman should meet a bar that is so high for you to be a stepdaddy that anyone looking at that situation, you would be like, yeah, I probably would have did the same thing if I had those affections for her. She's a high caliber person, way above reproach. Six, the goddess, it's hit or miss. Sometimes she seems to be right on point, and then sometimes she seems to be left field, way out there in the dark, trying to figure it out. You know, and the thing is, you know, female in this space, they will be going through that. So I don't have a problem with women finding their way. I think the battle between, at least what I thought is a battle, may not even be one, but the battle between Courtney and the other girl, Chantel, I think, number one, black men need to get their ass out of female fighting. Let female work out their own things, because they can both support black men in different approach. There's not always one way to do something, but sometimes women have to go through their battles to find their footing. And today, Courtney may be on the bottom, but tomorrow, Chantel may be on the bottom and Courtney may be on the top. Let them hammer it out. You know, the brother, the African guy that's jumping all in between there, caping, that's the same type of shit that's got just pearly things making millions, because they're caping. Sit your ass down and chill. Learn to observe. Track performance over time instead of getting caught in your feelings and jumping behind this person or jumping behind that person. Learn to evaluate. And I guess that's my analytical background, where I learn how to track information and let it pan out over time, let the performance determine itself. But we are so often just, we make snap decisions, and snap decisions are 90% wrong, because you're going by observation, your eyes. The eyes can be fooled. I learned that on 125th Street with the guys that used to play 3-card money. Keep your eye on the red card. Keep your eye on the red card. Took my sneaker money. I wore skips for the whole freaking summer. Never played that game again. But I learned that the eyes can be fooled. And once I learned that, that one card game at the age of 12 or 13, whenever it happened, taught me something. That I'm not quick to make judgment just because my eyes see that. Is what I see really what it is? We talk about don't judge a book by its cover. There's more than one way to skin a cat. We say a lot of these things, but we don't apply the knowledge behind it. We just a bunch of slogan talking people, 10 toes down, being on code. We just be spewing out shit. But if we were to live it, if we live half the shit that come out of our mouths, we would be some bad motherfuckers and rich as a community of people. Not just me, you, him, her. As a community of people, people will look at black people like, yo, you got to respect those people, man. They ain't no joke. Now we saying that to the Jewish people. Yo, you got to respect those people. They ain't no joke. They got a plan. They worked their plan. And they did what they had to do. And we should take note. And we should learn how to move in our way, whatever that is. And I think the one thing we have to learn how to do is make people pay when they fuck with us. We shouldn't make black men pay when they fuck with us. We should learn how to save a black man. Did you save a black man today? That's the question I'm going to ask every day for my show. Let me make a note of that. How to save a black man. And that's going to be the question I ask every week. Did you save a black man today, this week? Did you stop some guy from getting up in his feelings on some bullshit respect that he just made up? Can't even spell the word. Respect, respect, respect. Like what? Most of the time, if you observe, the people who tout the loudest about respect don't never give it. They never give respect. They always want to receive respect, but they never give respect. Because a respectful person, they know the power of their tongue. They will never use it to undermine somebody and cut the legs out from under them. A respectful person would just not say it. Sometimes you just don't have to say it. Just shut up. Ain't gonna kill you. Just chill. See, sometimes all we have to do is like, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing. And you know what? Peace. No fight, no challenge, no disruption. But then you know what? Then you have 115 people on your show. But if you have a fight, you have 1,500 people on your show. And you get all that money. So, maybe that's why Gerald don't like me so much. I don't pull in enough money for him. Anyway, I'm not a controversial guy like that. I'll try to be more controversial and, but I just don't like chaos. I'm too organized upstairs in my head. So, but again, I think I'm going to sign off for real this time. Thank everyone for checking in on this Sunday afternoon with the time change and all that from yesterday. Paying your homage to the show, those who dropped Super Chat and contributed to the show, those who joined the Green Gang, much appreciated. Looking forward to your continued support. Looking forward to seeing you in future Sage Talk and all the other great content that the Lapeef Network produces on a week-to-week basis. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. Enjoy. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. Be productive. Have a good one. This is Sage Talk, signing out. Let me throw up a couple of last chats. Okay, everybody, have a good one.